Hello, friends. Let's see. Chat box up. Today's video game is a brand new one. Well, for me, anyway. Hello, Pen Cap. We get Starfield. Which I was mostly enjoying the game, and then there was the inventory management for like the ship's cargo and whatnot. I apparently don't have nearly enough room, space in the ship to hold all the garbage I find out in space. I'm being lazy again. Cap, you don't normally ask questions about MBTI. Do you have any questions? Or maybe you do normally ask questions. My memory is atrocious. Hello. To those who don't know, I also just released a How to Spot an ENTJ video earlier. So you can go check that out if you don't know what's going on. Also, we were supposed to have Harley here. She's otherwise. But hopefully soon. You know, there is actually one topic I would like to start the stream on. What it means to have functions in certain positions. Now, I'm certain that I've made videos on this already. But we'll get into that as the stream goes on. How do you differentiate a female INFP from an INTP? The same way that I differentiate any person from an INFP to an INTP. I look at the functions. In particular, when it comes to introverted thinking, what I'm looking for is an articulation of thought to explain the process of something. Oh. Thank you, PenCap. Most certainly it's because I didn't have my microphone up here. It was near the floor. So that probably did it. I wonder what the lag time is between the stream and myself. So, a female INFP is going to do INFP things, whereas a female INTP is going to do INTP things. So, still weird. INTPs are still going to be more into things like science and astrophysics technology. INFPs are more concerned with, discovery of the human soul. 10-second lag time's not terrible, I suppose. Also eating a salad today. And we'll wash it down with some Steel Reserve later. Because I'm all about health. But for now, we're gonna go into space. Find some adventures. So, in the case of cognitive function preference and where it lands in the tower, as I call the function tower, people, some particular personalities, I won't name names, get kind of confused about what that means to have a function in the first two positions. Typically, especially in the beginning of learning about MBTI, what I was looking for wasn't necessarily the positives of having those functions in the first or second position. I was looking for the negatives. Like, what, to have such a preference for this function, what are they ignoring? What are they missing out on? What are they, forgetting? Things like that. And so lately, maybe over the course of the past like 3 months or something, I've had a lot of ISTPs, for example, believe themselves to be INTP because they'd once in a while read about philosophy, or decide to get into MBTI, a little bit into MBTI. And I have to explain to them, like, you can use extroverted intuition. Like, everyone uses all the functions every day, depending on what interests we might be in at the time. We may end up flexing certain functions a little bit more than others for those periods of time. But when we're looking at overall aggregate behavior, there was an ISTP who, he wanted to believe that he was an ENTP or an INTP, and his favorite pastime activity was going fishing. Grabbing a cooler, putting some beer in it, heading out to the lake. The guy was younger than me, so it's not like this was some 60-year-old, who had most of their fun time before the advent of the internet. No, he even owned a computer, and yet when it came to enjoyment, what was he preferring? What did he prefer to do to calm down, to relax, to chill out? He preferred to go out into nature and go fishing, presumably, and drink. So that's not something that an INTP would preference doing, and once again, maybe if they were like in their 60s, 70s, and they just happened to grow up in a family that did a whole lot of fishing all the time, maybe once in a while they do that, but they're still going to be way more interested in finding random trivia on the internet because of that stronger preference for extroverted intuition. And that is something that some people have had a difficult time understanding. So anyways, let's look at some questions here while we're out in space. When do you think your third function becomes mature? I'm not even sure necessarily what a mature function would look like. What do we mean by mature exactly? Is it to have some basic competent understanding of that function, or a normal regular preference for it? I'm not sure what we would mean by that, but for me, I had a particularly, I'm going to say, interesting childhood, and so I needed to learn very quickly how to manipulate social situations. That was very, very important. So perhaps I would say that maybe I had a little bit more of a grasp on it than your typical ENTP by the time I was, like 16, 17, maybe. But even then, it would be hard to say. What are the negatives of ENFP then? Venn likes to talk about ENFP as if they are perfect and infallible because they are balanced. That's what I say about ENFPs, is that they're a little bit more on the balanced side. So they have an elite extroverted intuition. So that means their mind is it's all over the place, with possibilities about, things or people. But they have that extroverted thinking, which essentially forces them to actually do stuff to get things done, and oftentimes as quick as possible. So they have no issues, being Google warriors and then finding out exactly how to do some like do it yourself kind of activities, or to let's say learn how to play the guitar, or decide to do tattoo artistry, maybe make music. They have no issues doing it by just following some instructions, finding it someplace and then doing it. Whereas an ENTP, for example, they really have to figure it out on their own. They have a dislike for reading what other people have done to fix, or to handle a particular issue. They would like to figure it out on their own, experiment, test things out, trial and error. That's what they prefer. So that takes a lot longer to get things done, obviously. So, like, for example, when I started using Blender, a 3D modeler, I just started playing with it for like a week until I actually figured out how to make, a coffee cup or a donut on a table, and that kind of thing. So the The negatives of the ENFP, I wouldn't say that there's a whole lot. They're they're better with, they're a little more people oriented. They care more about the people's feelings, generally just the people they like for the most part. But as they get older, of course, you start getting a little more pessimistic of the world. But they're more people oriented, but they still have these grand ideas and the things they'd like to pursue. But they get stuff done. That's how I usually say that they're balanced in that regard. Also, I've seen several ISTPs mistype as INTJ. Do you think that's due to both having introverted intuition? I'm not sure exactly why the ISTPs want to see themselves as certain personalities. I imagine it has something to do with stereotypes, and they just believe that they are the best thing, and they're great, and they're awesome, and so therefore they must be one of these personalities that they think is great and awesome. But most certainly they do share introverted intuition as a preference. But INTJs, I mean, you're still one preference is introverted thinking, whereas the other preference is extroverted thinking, and so on and so forth. And so they end up being quite different. And of course, INTJs do not care about MBTI, not in any real capacity. They just don't care. I last typed in INTJ organically. Came into the Discord and just wanted to ask a question about MBTI, mostly just what is his personality type and is there any kind of benefits that they can get out of it. And I typed him, and then once it was over, haven't heard from him since. That was months ago. Like they're not really gonna spend a lot of time on it unless it's gonna make them money. I would have thought that balanced means jack of all trades, master of none. No, I don't know if that's necessarily balanced per se, but I just meant balanced in the cognitive functions they use. It's in terms of like a translation from cognitive function use to real life. So they have ideas, then they do it. My father, for example, he did AC repair. He was an auto mechanic for many years. He was some generator engineer guy some time ago. Then a car battery blew up in his face. Then he made his own business, doing virtual tours of homes for real estate agents. And he had to learn, and that last one in particular, he straight up grabbed a book on writing, HTML in 6 months. 6 months later, he had a business. Kind of a thing. They actually put the effort in and do the work. Usually they have some reason why they're some other incentive to do those things, whether it's taking care of a family or it might make other people feel proud of them or things like that. Let's see. Sir, you didn't answer the second part of my question. Do you think some people neglect to use or develop their third function, possibly because they're in an environment where they don't need too much? I think that, like, there are some, for example, INTPs that you've probably met by now that didn't grow up in an environment that was nurturing to, let's say, extroverted feeling. And they certainly act a little different. They're a little more outspoken about things, and sometimes they will interrupt people when they're talking, and et cetera, et cetera. But I think that some people do neglect some of their functions, and especially when they're young. Like Mayo, for example, he's like 20, and he's not all that great with people. And so I imagine that his extroverted feeling is going to take some time to mature, or I guess become a little more usable. But I think some people might actively try to neglect certain functions. But it can't be for very long, right? Like this is, this MBTI theory is about, kind of balancing out your psychology here. It's let's say, so if you're a strong preferenced introverted thinker, well, that's because your ability to just placate other people, it's very low, right? So it's I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to answer your question. I guess I could just say yes or no. Do you think some people neglect to use or develop their third function? neglect it. They might try to, but at some point they're not really going to be able to help it. So, yes. Let's see here. No, let's see. Ven is defending her claims or defending the claim made against her. Didn't you said that just that you talk about them like they are? They're arguing amongst themselves. It has nothing to do with me. See. Is it ever going to be possible to develop your 5 through 8 functions to the point where you actively try to use them? I think that any person right now could attempt to just try and use it. Now, here's the thing. If you don't have much of a preference for it, it's going to be very tiring to you, psychologically speaking. You're going to get very bored very quickly, and you're going to be like, okay, well, I did it for, 5 minutes, and now I'm going to go back to doing what I normally do, kind of a thing. You can keep trying it, but if you don't see a particular benefit for using it, then no, you're not going to do it. What are some negatives of introverted thinking in your opinion? Well, the biggest negative is that it takes time. That's a new problem arises, a novel situation that needs to be, figured out or solved. It takes time. Introverted thinking does take time. It takes time. And now, as you get older, you may have some past experiences, or you've remembered certain trains of logic that might help you get to the answer faster, more quickly. But for the most part, introverted thinking, to actually introverted think, takes time. For that's why there's a stereotype that ENTPs are, they're typically seen as lazy, and that's because before they make a decision, especially something that's like a big commitment related thing, for example, they want to spend a great deal of time thinking about it before making that decision. They want to see all the potential possibilities that come from making those decisions. So it's just very slow. Comparatively, like I in the beginning of MBTI, I had read a number of articles or a number of quotes, threads, whatever, that said that introverted feeling was the slowest function, which I didn't even know that there were speeds in MBTI at the time, or whether there could be. Introverted feeling tends to be one of the fastest at decision making. If it feels good, do it. End of story. You're done. Which, I mean, I don't know how you could get a whole lot faster than that. Are there any tactics to identifying an ISTJ since they express their functions so variable compared to other types? Well, they express the same functions. The problem is that you're not going to know that they're using introverted sensing. It's not broadcast to the people around them. You just know that they're acting like a normal person. There's nothing weird about them. They're not overly excitable, but they're not, their head's not always in the clouds. They're just, they seemingly act like normal people, and that's because they are programmed to be that way. They're just emulating how society around them behaves. Like, that's what they're doing. So that can be very difficult. And that's, as a matter of fact, I was talking with Ben about that, like yesterday or something. And I said, yeah, in the beginning of typing people, the introverted sensors, especially like ISTJs, they were some of the more difficult people to actually figure out because they just seemed so normal. Like there was nothing really out there about them, which is understandable. They follow programming. So how they grew up, their life, their childhood, the society they were born in, the culture, that's who they end up being. But yes, the one tactic is anything standing out about them whatsoever. There's got to be something there, right? Or at least we would think. But if they're just acting like a normal human being that's not weird or wild or crazy, typically look for an ISTJ diagnosis, possibly ISFJ. I'll bet ISFJs have that whole resting, can't swear on stream, RBF. You know what I'm talking about. And do we ever talk about the extroverted feeling dominance? What are they like? we don't talk about them very often. We don't get a whole lot, as one can imagine. So I mean, there's what 4 types that have extroverted feeling in the first or second position. You've got ENFJs and INFJs, and then you've got ESFJs and ISFJs. ESFJs and ISFJs don't care about MBTI at all. They're not interested. That is not something that they want to spend their time on. And most of the time they just have other things that they're doing, like living life, being normal. So they don't care to spend a great deal of time on these kinds of topics. And so you're not going to have a whole lot of them, especially not in my Discord. I think we've I've typed one ISFJ, and that was only because Ven brought her in specifically to get typed. It was like one of her lifelong friends or what have you. So that was it. No ESFJs or other ISFJs after that. Now, when it comes to ENFJs or INFJs, now they would be interested in MBTI to a degree. Obviously, they still have their lives to live, and they're going to be doing other things. But as for ENFJs, they're going to have a whole kind of they've got people to bother and be bothered by, and so are they going to spend a whole lot of time on a Discord talking about MBTI? I mean, you would hope. I mean, they could do that, but most of the time they're going to be busy doing other things and focusing on their life. And the same goes with INFJs. So point being that we don't really get a lot of them, so we don't talk about them all that much. How does introverted thinking become different in the second position? So we have the first position, the lead position, as I call it, and that's it's the function that you can't turn off, right? So in the first position, it's always a part of your life. It's always going to be bothering you. You're going to have a much harder time. Let's say it was introverted thinking. If you had it in the first position, especially when you're young, you may say things that'll bother people because to you it was logically consistent, therefore it needed to be said after you've spent all that time thinking about it. So that's why the extroverted feeling, they have extroverted feeling in the last position, meaning that it's something that they don't really much care for, to just placate others or to shut your trap just because it might upset somebody else. They have that bit of an issue. But in the second position, I call it the active position. And so that's usually the one that we focus on consciously. Like we're actively trying to use that function on a much more regular basis. You can choose not to express it, but it's always going to, it'll still be there in your mind. For me, oftentimes it seems like it's in the forefront, but in reality, if I actually took account of my usual thoughts throughout the day, that's certainly not the case. What are some of the telltale signs that someone has a preference for extroverted sensing versus extroverted intuition, as an ENTP versus an ESTP, for example? Well, ENTPs, they prefer living life in the abstract. They don't really enjoy dealing with reality in any particular capacity. So they are not normal acting whatsoever. They tend to be very disorganized. They can very easily live in slovenly place. Not all ENTPs are going to be complete slobs. Like if you looked at my desk right now, it's got a bunch of empty cans or bottles and things like that. Extroverted sensors, they're constantly noticing their surroundings, and so one of those things that bother them is having a particularly disorganized space. So that would be one telltale sign. Extroverted sensors, of course, also enjoy going out more, being more physical. Now, when I was young, I was always visiting someone pretty regularly. I was never really staying at what I would have called home. Probably between the ages of like 18 and, let's say, 23, for example, I was basically never home. I was always out at someone's house for one reason or another. But going out to go eat all the time, or going out to see the movies, things like that, I was more interested in just going to meet people. Not really doing a whole lot of physical activity, except for one particular kind of physical activity, which I will not discuss here. But ESTPs enjoy, that kind of exercise. But my cousin, for example, still, he goes bowling regularly. He'll maybe even play what's that frisbee game, ultimate frisbee. He still enjoys going out and doing that, and that's like a normal, almost routine part of his life. is to still be physical, care about your physical appearance. You know, he's got the whole hipster, like, man bun thing going on right now, and he grooms himself regularly. It's, that's probably some of the easier signs for that. Now, as an ENTP, I have no issue putting on a wife beater, pajama pants, flip-flops, and then, you know, going to the Walmart and walking around like that for the, 30 minutes. My physical appearance isn't as high up on the list as it is for some. So, yes, I did skip a question. For some reason, Bob's questions, I'm just not quite catching, apparently. Do you think introverted thinking can betray you sometimes because as long as something makes sense to you, you agree or believe it, even if it's not true? Sometimes you want to stick to your guns as an introverted thinker, and even when I was much younger, when there were situations where it seemed like I was most likely going to be wrong, I would try to argue that under a certain circumstance, my logic on the situation could be correct. Will it betray you when you're young? Absolutely. But you're going to keep using it. You keep getting older, and you start finding the flaws in your own logic and then correcting them. So it doesn't happen nearly as often. The best thing that I learned socially about using my introverted thinking was to shut up. Just, you want to say something, just don't. And think about it for a little bit more. Even if you are certain that you have the perfect retort, the perfect refutation to what this person's about to say, just give them a little more time. Give it another couple minutes. You may end up changing your thinking on the way there and not making a complete ass of yourself. So that was one thing that I had learned. Now, granted, I'm an old man now, so I've had time to mull this over. Do you think there is any... Now, did I miss anyone's questions? I'm going to keep going down on the list. So, just hang on. Oh, most certainly my extroverted feeling can easily play a part in that. But usually when I'm actively employing extroverted feeling, I have a very specific goal in mind. So, just when I'm introverted thinking, I just instead spend a couple of extra minutes thinking about how I'm going to respond to that person, so that I am correct, focusing on whether or not my logic in what I want to say is 100%. That's what I'm focusing on. Let's see here. Do you think there is any correlation between fears and functions? I like a perfect correlation? No, I doubt that. Like someone high in extroverted feeling would fear social rejection more than someone with low extroverted feeling. I don't know if they would fear social rejection. I mean, that's certainly a concern. I don't know about fear, but definitely going to be a concern. But in many cases, usually, like if you catch like an ESFJ that's like 23 years old, they're already pretty good at manipulating people and making sure that they stay in people's good graces. So they probably don't even, they wouldn't think to fear it because they're so good at it. But if it were to happen, it would be this huge shock to them. Horrifying, mortifying, possibly, if it were to happen. Introverted sensing DOMs are introverted to my taste. Hard to mistype them as extroverts. But it's like most people. Yeah, we extrovert and introvert about 50% to 50-50. It's we do some extroversion and then we go do some introversion. That's most people. All right, let's see here. How do ESTJs present differently from ISTJs? Just bossier and slightly more creative. They're bossier, but they care more about someone else's perspective, generally to find some kind of benefit to doing so. That's usually not necessarily more creative, just maybe if you count caring about what your employees think, that might be creative. There's not a whole lot of bosses that really put that much effort into their employees, but he's racist, that's why he's skipping them. Yeah, that's what it is. Something about them Vietnamese. Any tips for how introverted thinking dominants could socialize better? It seems like introverted thinking is a very antisocial function when expressed. Constantly pointing out how people are wrong does get irritating, and for them it's something that they have to work through. it would seem to. So INTPs, for example, they spend less time. For some reason, they want to learn about people, but they don't want to test it a whole lot. So they're not as they're always going into their head about the possibilities of what they're going to say and how it might bother people. So they end up not expressing themselves really enough to get an adequate amount of experience to not be classified as an Asperger's case. But ISTPs, on the other hand, they're not constantly in there, especially when they're young. So they tend to do more activities with people, and it's been my experience that ISTPs get a better grasp on extroverted feeling at a much earlier age than an INTP does. So how it could socialize better, I would probably give a INTP the same advice that I would give an INFP. Find someone you know that is very sociable and gets a lot of positive feedback from people, and try to emulate that behavior. See if it works for you, find out what works, what doesn't, and then move forward from there. That's what I would try. Aaron tricked you last week when he was explaining gay onyx, and you thought his story was true and said it was. I never thought it was true. I was just like trying to, give him the benefit of the doubt that it could be. No, see, that's why I'm so good at extroverted feeling, because you can't tell what's going on in my head. It's very poker-faced. Any facial expressions or the way that I behave, the gestures or body language, it's all calculated. And so I want you to think I want you to perceive something about me. And so none of this is real. Not really. Not in any real, authentic, genuine way. This is all calculated. I want you, the audience, to perceive me in a specific way. So that's what I do. Since extroverted feeling is good at manipulating, would they be able to seem like another type during typing? I've had people try, but I'm going to ask questions that you're going to give me contradictory answers to. And then once I found out where you're lying, I will then keep pushing in that direction to get you. I had one case where I had to tell this woman that I'm sorry, I can't give you a type, because you have given me nothing but contradictory answers to a lot of questions. You've even gone back to state that what you said before wasn't true, and now you're doing something else. And so I've had a number of people try to pretend that they have interest in other things. That's why I ask a lot of follow-up questions during the typing. So they're good at manipulating social situations to keep everything kind of level and neutral, so that everyone's good, chilled out. But in terms of trying to manipulate me into thinking that they are something that they are not, you would need a wealth of knowledge on MBTI and real-time experience with it to just throw me off. Matter of fact, I would think an INFP, out of all the personality types, an INFP would be the best at being a different personality, emulating it. Just give them a script and tell them kind of generally how they should be behaving. Like Johnny Depp being Jack Sparrow. INFP pretending to be an ENTP. Classic, and also a wonderful performance. So I would say an INFP. If any of them, that's the one that would throw me off. Another question. You said INFP and ENFP are good at acting and emulating others. Isn't that manipulation? Well, now we have to define manipulation, argue ass. Like, yes, we manipulate everything. I manipulate this device to produce vapor so that I can inhale it. And I manipulate my lungs by expanding my chest area, something. I don't know. So when I'm talking about manipulation, I'm talking about intending to manipulate someone to get a desired result. That's what I'm referring to and refer manipulation. Specifically social. How does introverted thinking in third or fourth slot manifest usually? Just a trust in their own logic. Now here's the thing though. Although I don't consider ISFJs or INFJs to be dumb people whatsoever. They're usually very quick-witted, and they're generally what we would consider to be intelligent creatures. Their follow-through on their logic is like half-cooked. So oftentimes they can come to a correct understanding of something, but if it's something more complicated, I have found that they kind of don't follow it through all the way. They tend to break away from the introverted thinking, then resort back to one of the first two functions. So I would say that it manifests as a strong trust in their own logic, most certainly. Which, by the way, I'm going on a diet. Another question. One moment. Is it possible to underdevelop your two dominant functions? No. No, you cannot underdevelop your two dominant functions. You have very little. I mean, first of all, the lead function you have no control over. It is a part of you. You cannot turn that off. You can't get rid of it aside from catching a lobotomy or being in a car accident or being kicked in the head by a horse. Something that caused, brain damage. But and as for the second function, you're still going to preference wanting to use it, and you're not going to. More often, especially when you're young, more often than not, you're not going to be able to help it. You're going to, you're going to express it one way or another. And I don't think that you can pull that off without some form of brain damage involved. Would you consider meditation an extroverted sensing exercise? I mean, it depends. What's entailed in this this meditation? Is it just breathing exercises? Are you supposed to be recounting your entire day? Are you supposed to imagine things, imagine different worlds, and going there and what it would be like? I wouldn't say extroverted sensing is a solely extra. Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's a specific meditation function. Depending on what you're doing. Can drugs change our functions? I believe that doing certain drugs can make certain functions be not necessarily more, maybe in the moment more of a preference for you, but are you going to behave? Are you going to behave like someone that has used that function for the past 15 years as a strong preference? No. But let's say you're an ESFP and you decided to do acid, or you're on shrooms. Well, it's possible that you're going to have these hallucinations, these experiences that make you use other functions for a period of time. So I think that's possible. Now, when you snap out of it, you may have learned something from doing that, maybe just a little bit. Is it going to be your preference? Absolutely not. You're still going to preference extroverted sensing and introverted feeling. But you may have picked up some tips and tricks for using it. Is it possible for an ENTJ or ESTJ to be unsuccessful in life? No. I don't think so. Let's take an ESTJ that grew up in, like, Central California, right? So let's say the community they grew up in was all about drugs and gang violence and things like that. They will, and then of course it's, they decided to go that same route. They're not just going to be your typical gangbanger or, drug mule. They're going to be the best at it. And they're going to try to be the best at it. ESTJs are like your drug lords. For sure. But no. To someone with a lead preference for extroverted thinking, there's no such thing as, you know, well, I guess that's just how it is. Like, there is none of that. If you want something to work, as an extroverted thinker, a strong preference for it, you're going to make it work. And in reality, there's always a way to make something work. Just have to figure it out. Or in their case, they find out how to make it work from other people. Could your first function be unhealthy? I would say every function has good and bad to it. So yes, as a lead extroverted intuitive, there's a lot of unhealthy things that come from it. Forgetting schedules, forgetting people, forgetting to take care of yourself, all kinds of things. Which personality has more chance to become narcissistic? You're looking at introverted intuition. And I know that might be a hot take, but introverted intuition will lead you to narcissism. So that's 4 personalities that you can more or less guarantee will become narcissistic. Am I the only YouTuber for MBTI that talks about the negatives of personality types and cognitive functions? I like the still picture in the background. Well, thank you. What still picture? Oh, of the game? Yeah, the game that I haven't been playing. You guys are just full of questions so far. Can't concentrate on it. Once again, this is Starfield. My cousin gifted it to me. And I was like, yeah, that's what I need while I'm trying to work on making videos again. More distractions. Wouldn't INFPs and ENFPs being actors go again? I assume he meant go against. Go against the whole idea that they want to be authentic and true to themselves. Well, they want to do those things, but they also don't mind being other people, like to for fun or to pretend, or of course, in their case, to make a lot of money. Granted, I'm not an authentic person to begin with, and yeah, I have no issues pretending to be someone else if you're going to pay me like, you know, $10 million to play a part in a movie. That's not an issue. That's about pretending to be in another world as another person. But when they're having candid conversations, just being themselves, absolutely, they would prefer to be authentic. What's the game about? I couldn't hear you when you first said it. So Starfield is essentially Fallout in space with a awful inventory system. Oh, also there's no ground vehicles for some reason. Because Todd Howard hates me. Let's see here. If you're born a certain function and can potentially change from introverted to extroverted and vice versa, would a physical/mental ailment as like blindness also change your type? Would also change your type? That's stretching a bit. I can see where someone who is blind would have no... I mean, if they were born blind, then they have no concept of what the world around them looks like at all. They just kind of get this idea from things that they feel. As a matter of fact, going blind may, instead of forcing you to have an imagination, it may instead force you to be more focused on extroverted sensing so that you can survive. So... but once again, what if you're an INFP that was born blind? How would that look? I'm not sure. I haven't talked to a blind INFP yet. Matter of fact, how many blind people have I talked to? I'm sure at least one. But extroverted feeling pretends to. We pretend to be calm and okay and everything's fine, or pretend to act as, to be a certain way, or to pretend to feel a certain way so that we can get people to do what we want. But I'm not saying that you can't be an actor. I mean, go give it a shot. But when an INFP or an ENFP is trying to play a part, they immerse themselves in the personality of whoever it is they're supposed to be pretending to be. So it's a little bit different from just making some tweaks here and there, saying certain things, maybe changing the body language a little bit so that you can get a desired result. They try to immerse themselves, like to become that person. So the dominant extroverted sensing are the ones with less chances to become narcissistic, right? Like on that real. So when I define narcissism, it's someone who believes that they are the most important thing in their life or the lives of other people. That's how I see narcissism. And so you'll sometimes get like the ESFP divas, for example, that think they're, the hottest thing ever. But if you really, sat down with them and talked to them, they'd be like, well, no, I'm not the most important thing in maybe necessarily my life or the lives of other people. I just think I'm really cool or I'm really good at stuff. And they want to broadcast that. But for an introverted intuitive, their whole life is about them. And if they are involved in other people's lives, then they once again focus on themselves, as they must be doing something. They have to be doing this or they have to be doing that. They have to be making decisions. And so that's where that narcissism, that true narcissism, is really going to come out. Being a chameleon is authentic to an ENTP. Yes, Vonda, that's how I live my life. It's I am a culmination of millions upon millions of interactions with human beings. Do you think that hypnosis could make me organized? You could try it and find out. I am gonna hit X. I'm gonna press X to doubt on that one. You could try it though and tell me how it works. Do you think people tend to oversimplify or overcomplicate MBTI? Yes. So when you go to your typical like Reddit community on MBTI, or you go to the Facebook groups, people just look at the 4 letters and decide that that's who you are. So if you are an ISTJ, that means you're supposed to be introverted. You're supposed to maybe deal with the 5 senses all the time. That you're a thinker, whatever they define as thinker, and that you, I guess, judge things. Like I remember when I first talked to an ESFJ about MBTI, and this was 6 years ago, and I was explaining to her, I was using the terminology about it with MBTI, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm super judgy." Like that is not what that means. But to your average MBTI enthusiast, let's say, on like Reddit or Facebook groups, they take the words as like the literal definition, and then they try to apply that to people. That would be an oversimplification, and it's also wrong. Whereas some try to overcomplicate it, where you ask someone about introverted intuition, and then they write you like a 2-page essay on what introverted intuition is. That's also probably wrong. And so, yes, some people do try to overcomplicate it, and some of them try to oversimplify. There's definitely a middle ground, most certainly. Who was it that said, "If you can't explain it simply, you don't know it well enough"? I like that quote. Whoever said that, that was a good one. It wasn't like Ayn Rand or something. I always found that Neil deGrasse Tyson was an excellent example of that quote. He can take some pretty complicated subjects, like quantum mechanics, for example, and he can explain it in a way that most people can understand. Of course, it's on a simplistic level, but he's trying to convey, a thought. So, I always thought Neil deGrasse Tyson did a great job. Black science, man. Oh, Einstein? Yeah, he might have. I don't remember. Good quote, though. So, for example, when you're having an argument with a preferenced extroverted thinker, they tend to rattle off like straight up text, like quotes from textbooks, without breaking it down or explaining it. They do that a lot because they're just regurgitating what they read someplace. They don't actually really. It doesn't necessarily mean that they took the time out to understand what it is that they're saying, but it accomplishes two things. One, oftentimes those textbooks are very concise, and they oftentimes use a lot of big words. So if you're having conversation with normal people, they get intimidated by the regurgitation. And secondly, of course, that also means that if they're barely understanding it, then they don't even know where to question you. Therefore, they tend to not follow up. So it's a standard argumentative tactic that I've gotten to know, obviously, over the past 36 years. We have to talk to Vladimir. Whoever that is. We're warping out of here. Let's see. Now, what was I talking about before? I was talking about cognitive functions and positions and where they're at. I think it's important for us to consider the possibility that just because we think we have a function in the first position, it doesn't mean that necessarily we are using it as much as other people. And so I think that's where there's not a lot of perspective gathering for the people that have those issues of believing that they have certain functions in stronger positions. Like I said, with the ISTPs, they tend to believe that their extroverted intuition is like really up high somewhere without ever grasping the idea that if you have a lead position for extroverted intuition, you wouldn't be doing half the crap you do on a day-to-day basis. Let's see, Bob's got a question here. To an extent, doesn't everybody have a use FI in terms of personal feelings? Certainly, including those who have it as a 6th, 7th, and 8th function. If someone doesn't have feelings at all, something wrong medically? Well, yes. A psychopath, for example, they don't experience feelings. And that's where we don't get all of our values and morals, etc., from personal feelings all the time. For example, introverted sensing can be a great way to get a hold of societal values and traditional values and whatever they thought was morally correct. Then you decide to pick it up and believe it. But our own personal values, like what we think is right or wrong, that does come from a place of feelings. That's why certain personality types don't have that personal thing, and if they do develop it, it's not until way later in life. But typically, a psychopath, they don't experience emotions in the way that we would typically understand them. As a matter of fact, they have a blunted or non-existent emotional responses to things. That part of the brain doesn't light up when they would be talking about what would otherwise be an emotional experience. So, yes. Having higher introverted feeling would mean a higher chance of expressing it, correct? It does happen a lot, yes. Now, it's not just they come out and vomit feelings on you either. It can be they'll make a gesture of some kind. They'll make it sound like ew, gross, or something like that. They might have just a bad facial expression or being happy, or deciding to comment on, and then of course it can be just a verbal expression like, oh, I don't like that, or no, I think that's great, or this is ugly, or that's beautiful, or whatever. But they do express it a lot more often. So is it that? You can't really skip over cognitive functions, but you can have a later function 2 to 8 that is stronger than earlier ones? No. Like if a 5-8 function is constantly used in a job for years. Well, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so there's some people that I've met. So, for example, ESFPs. No, better yet. No, let's go with the INFP route. Let's go with that one. INFP who wanted to become a veterinarian, and that's what they were doing, veterinarian work. they would explain to me how they were in conflict with other people in the job, or that they weren't keeping up in certain ways that other people were. And so that's what happens when you are a personality type that is not suitable for that particular environment, because you're still going to be preferencing those things. You oftentimes you can't help it. You're oftentimes going to be using those, first, one, two, third function. So you end up, so the idea of being in a job that's just going to, will it develop other functions? It could quite possibly, but it turns out that you end up not being that great at it anyway. Like you're always going to be leagues behind other people that have the appropriate cognitive functions for that particular work. So things like that, you're not going to just jump into a job and then all of a sudden your extroverted thinking is going to be on the same level as someone that's been using it for the past 20 years just because you've been at that job for a year. Like that's not how your brain works. You are who you are, and you can get thrown into a position where you're not going to be that great at it. As a matter of fact, that's what they used it for in World War II. That's what they used MBTI for. They figured out this personality arrangement, and they decided that these personalities are good for this job, and then these personalities are good for that job, and so on and so forth. And they did that because you can't just train someone to all of a sudden have a stronger preference for extroverted sensing. They're still going to miss stuff. They're not going to be paying attention. Their mind's going to wander, and you can't have that for certain kinds of jobs. So there's no magic, position that you can get put into that starts bolstering up these other, cognitive functions not to a usable or a significant degree anyway. That's just not people. Typically, if you're not good at the job, you know what happens? You get fired. So, staying at a job that you're simply not good at for a long period of time, the only reason I can suspect that you're still working at that place is because you know someone who's higher up and won't fire you. That kind of scenario. And even then, you're still not going to be as nearly as good as the other people that had cognitive functions that were more appropriate for the position. Boy, it got dark. Let's see. Or say something that made them unhappy. Possibly. What is the most useful job or company function for an ENTP? Entertainment. Entertainment. Be entertaining. That's my best advice, especially nowadays where anyone can just grab a cell phone with a camera, or get a webcam and just start making entertaining content in whatever way you can, or just start recording video gameplay and then edit the videos so that they're wacky and funny. You, as an ENTP, you're going to have that sense of what makes people laugh more often than not, what keeps people engaged and entertained. So if you're willing to put the work into it, now it's a lot better if you've got other people to help you with that. But if you can focus and you're doing it solo, then get into entertainment in one way or another. There's all kinds of things you can do entertainment wise. Oh, thank you, Ven, for posting the announcement. What types do you think Jung and Freud are? I don't know. I haven't read enough about their personal life. And then, of course, making the assumption that it was correct. Whatever I could read about it. But I don't know. I've heard that Jung was. They said that Jung was an INFJ. So I've heard that. Like an ISFJ nurse would most likely be better at their job than an ESFP nurse. An ISFJ is going to be more concerned with getting those tasks done. Absolutely. They're generally very conscientious people. So, like, if I needed to pick a nurse, it would absolutely be an ISFJ. But if I needed a candy striper, there's other personalities that could pull that off. ENFJ, for example, could do that. ESFJs. ISFPs even, anything's possible. Let's see, and once again we still need to get to Vladimir. Somehow it's taking me like an hour to get there. Yep, just about. Did you type yourself as an ENTP right away? No, I did not. What had happened was I had a friend who was an ENTP, and I unfortunately don't talk to him anymore. He went to jail, so, and then we kind of just fell out after that. He wanted me to take the personality test somewhere. I don't remember what test it was, what website. I don't remember, but I took the test and it came out as ENTP, and then I decided to read the description of the ENTP on that same website, I think, and I thought, well, this is too coincidental to be crap. Like this they had an intimate understanding of my psychology, and I was like, okay, this is impossibly accurate. I'm gonna do more research into this, and that's where it all started. Can ENTPs make good leaders? Yeah, I think any type can make a good leader. You just have to have the right leadership qualities. You lead by example. That's a good start. Do I hail this person or?
The eyes open to you, Constellation.
Yes. Can an ENTP make a good leader? I think an ENTP can make a great leader so long as they have a good amount of advisors and secretaries and other people to aid them in the process. In terms of just making fair decisions for people, I think they can do that pretty well. So what type would excel at fast food service or maybe being a waiter? I've known a lot of types to be good at it, although I have known some types to barely even show up to work, let alone flip a burger correctly. So there's that. I would say that ISTJs, for example, as because I don't expect everyone to stay working at Burger King for the next 30 years of their life, but as their first job kind of thing, ISTJs typically follow direction a lot, very easily. So that would be one that would be good at it. But do you want a personality that's got their head in the clouds all the time when you've got 30 burgers that need to be made in the next 6 minutes? Probably not. You probably want someone that's a little more focused. But just the same, like an ENTJ would probably absolutely be able to work at a fast food restaurant and perform the services far better than maybe the typical person would, because they would. Now this is assuming an ENTJ would want to become someone that flips burgers for the rest of their life. They would do their best to become the best at flipping those burgers. So, what if someone's third function doesn't help much in their environment? If I don't know which function wouldn't help much in their environment. If our functions are 80% from genetics, I imagine there have to be people born with certain function preferences that don't help them. All the functions are useful. There's not one that isn't. Even the introverted feeling, the one that a lot of the MBTI community makes fun of. To be able to feel something and then possibly correctly project what you would be feeling in a situation on someone else, that alone can be helpful. Being able to sympathize with another human being, that alone, that's helpful. So there really is. I can't imagine a time where just one function is just no good anywhere for any reason. But even if that was the case, if they were put into an environment where there was a function that just couldn't be used, well, then they would just be looked at as weird because they keep wanting to apply it or use it. They would seem out of place, weird, abnormal. Thoughts on Harry's CPT typing system? I don't know who Harry is. I don't know what CPT is. But you tell me your thoughts on Harry's CPT typing system. I used to have a good caregiver when I would post on YouTube. Now my caregiver has introverted thinking and extroverted intuition, and I have extroverted intuition and introverted thinking. We both just get lost and don't get much of anything done. Well, that sucks. Yes, unfortunately, extroverted intuition likes to play with ideas a lot, all day, every day, to the point in which things don't get done. and it can take some discipline and some practice to actually start getting the things done. I still forget to take trash out. So what if you're no good at the jobs your type is supposed to be good at? What then? Well, there's always a job of some kind. So let's say you're an ESFP and you couldn't make it into the entertainment industry, right? You couldn't go on stage and sing your heart out and have millions of people swoon over your voice. Well, you can do other things like, Twitch streams or OnlyFans, or there's a lot of other things that you can do just because, one particular avenue that you would be good at didn't pan out for you. And if truly there's no job that you just can't do, then claim disability from the government and pull in some checks and find a cheap place to live. Immortal Emperor Master says, you can't trust me with cooking. I can barely tell if a slab of meat is sufficiently cooked or not until it's burning and my house is now filled with smoke. Well, that sucks. And you're right, you should probably stay away from cooking utensils. Take an ESTP with tertiary extroverted feeling, growing up somewhere where their manipulation doesn't work. What would happen? Why wouldn't it work? Like, so an ESTP that grew up in a society where everyone was telekinetically linked and everyone knew each other's intentions at all times, how is their extroverted feeling going to work? Well, they would make it work in whatever way that they could. If there was some kind of way in which you could manipulate another human being, ESTP is going to find it. Social manipulation currently works everywhere, and until there is a time in which everyone understands everyone else's intentions at all times, in which so that there is no real manipulation that can take place, until that happens, I will believe that an extroverted feeling preferenced person will always be able to manipulate another human being, one way or another. And so it will inevitably get developed. Every single test I've taken has me as a clear ISTP. I should probably just accept it at this point, right? Well, you don't have to accept it. I mean, a lot of those online tests are bad for a number of different reasons. Instead, you can get typed by me. And also remember to join my Discord, like and subscribe to the channel and on this live stream, as Ben would tell me to do. But yeah, I do typings. You just go onto my Discord, put in an application. Now, I can cook and not burn the house down. Now, I'm not saying that I haven't accidentally caught some stuff on fire when I was, getting, more advanced in the cooking, but I can cook. I'd like to think I cook okay. I think I can cook anything that requires a skillet. I can generally cook. Now, baking, that is not something that I have put a lot of time and effort into, I have to say. Whoa. Did it say I had points to spend? No.
Captain, hello. Goodbye for now.
Vasco. Vasco's my favorite companion so far. Except for when I'm trying to do stealth stuff, which, by the way, the stealth in Starfield is garbage. It's some of the worst stealth I've seen in a game ever. But I still try to make it work, and I have to leave Vasco behind because he doesn't sneak. Hello, Vladimir. Vladimir Saul.
We got a rook on deck. Good to see Constellation getting some fresh blood.
Okay. What about this? What if they grow up in a certain environment where them using extroverted feeling a certain way works, but when they leave the environment and join the real world, their extroverted style doesn't work? Then they adapt. That's the cool part of having that other, preference for introverted thinking. You'll adapt. You'll find the congruency in the, you'll find the patterns, in recognizing them. And then you'll eventually get to that. I mean, it's all about practice. So, do I have any water? Kind of.
If you don't want to talk, we don't have to. Former Crimson Fleet, an old
Yes, we all adapt to our environments.
in my day. Left that
But
life
wouldn't it take them
behind,
longer to develop that
even
third
before
function
I
then?
signed up with
I mean,
Constellation.
it's
I
all
was
depending on
retired.
when they, leave their natural environment, I suppose. Like if they're, let's say they're an ESTP or an ENTP, and then all of a sudden they were ejected from their current usual living situation, and they have to go somewhere else. They'll pick it up. That's I've had to do that most of my life. I've had to move around a lot, where from completely different areas. Moving from, let's say, inner city, and kind of learning the lingo there, picking up a little bit of Spanish, and then moving to the countryside of Modesto, which, by the way, there is a countryside of Modesto, and living out there where everyone talked like country talk and listened to country music. People had a different way of expressing themselves, and then learning to handle that. I didn't have that much of an issue with it. Yeah, it may have taken a month or two, because you can only spend so much time in the day with this, with other people, but you eventually get it. It's not that complicated. Or at least it's not for certain peoples. And then of course you're always gonna get that new kid that has very difficult issues adapting to their new environments, and then just kind of stick out like a sore thumb forever. So those people exist too. Let's see.
Playing the proper thief's card. Wish I could have been down at the lodge to see the artifacts come together.
Yeah, it wasn't that special.
I got a little lost peeking through the eye. Always preferred working alone, even around people I like. But we're all working together on this one. No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
Let's see.
Now, this station, the Eye.
I guess I ask all this because depending on when you try to type someone, say someone who's 19, their third function might not be well developed yet and could be mistaken as their fourth. Well, I wouldn't think so. You would take whatever that fourth function is, and then imagine what it's supposed to look like if it's disdained, if it's not cared about at all. So for ISTPs and INTPs, it could come off as not being able to read the room correctly, and then beginning to say things that are gonna cause problems in a group setting without realizing it. That kind of a thing. Having introverted sensing in the last position, well, that means you don't enjoy authority. You actively rebel against tradition and authority figures. You want to do things your way, and you will do things differently just to do them differently, even if you know or it's likely that it's not going to work. You're still like, well, I'm the one that's choosing to do this. I'm breaking away from everyone else, and I'm going to do it this way. So you do it out of spite, and that's what you're going to see in people that have those functions in those last positions. So maybe when they're really old, that's where you're going to start running into trouble. Like, well, how does an ESTJ behave when they're 60 years old? Those kinds of questions. Like, well, what does their extroverted intuition look like at that age? What kind of things did they pick up, in certain concepts or abstract thought that they decided was worth their time to think about? What did they pick up? What did they learn? So it can be more difficult as they, trying to type someone who's much, much older. You don't know how, how life is going to mold them.
You won't be the only constellation out there. Andreja and Mateo are both following up on scans themselves. Mateo
I was managing the biggest metal, and once again, I can't see that last word, something club in San Francisco at 19 because of my extroverted feeling.
I'm worried.
That's cool. So, I mean, managing things like making sure that people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and then taking inventory and ordering the things that need to be ordered, things like that. I mean, when it comes to that stuff, I don't know if you need a whole lot of extroverted feeling. for that particular part. I mean, making sure that people are okay on a more interpersonal level, that's where you would start wanting to flex that extroverted feeling. But as for the actual management on that technical level, I don't think you would need it that much. As a matter of fact, what you might need is a little bit more extroverted sensing and extroverted thinking.
I've lost you. You're probably right. Just hard not to think of all the bad luck you can get into when you're dealing with her. She should be at one of the 2 sites I've marked on your star map.
Oh boy.
She can take care of herself, but we all need backup sometimes. Anyway, hopefully you'll be catching Fortune's smile.
Oh, okay.
We'll have some more artifacts to take a closer look at. Happy
She got
hunting.
the job because of extroverted feeling. So hear me out before laughing at me. Ha ha. Just because you said not to. But would inferior introverted sensing and dominant introverted feeling look similar in regards to not wanting to conform or do what everybody else is doing? It could look that way. Like, for example, hi, Joseph. Let's see. There isn't a... So we're looking at... okay, so 2 separate ones. Would dominant introverted feeling look similar in regards? Well, they may. We all. It's absolutely possible, and it happens most of the time, that we all end up doing the same things for completely different reasons. That's absolutely true. As I made the example before, a person wakes up to eat a bowl of cornflakes, and there's a number of reasons why that person decided to eat that bowl of cornflakes, and let's say it was in the morning. So an introverted sensor says, well, I've always eaten cornflakes all of my life, so that's why, and I've always eaten it in the morning, so I wake up and I go get myself a bowl of cornflakes. Then let's say someone who's preferencing extroverted sensing says, well, I looked at the box and it says here that this is really healthy for me. And so I'm very health conscious, and I care a lot about my physical well-being. So I'm going to go ahead and eat this bowl of cornflakes instead of having some biscuits and gravy and pork sausage and some eggs and bacon, whatever. And so they decide to eat that bowl of cornflakes. And then there's another person that says, well, I just woke up in what is essentially a stranger's house, and the only thing they had to eat in the morning was cornflakes, and I was particularly hungry. So I decided to eat cornflakes because that's what was available. That last one was me. So we can all do the same things, but for wildly different reasons. And that's I hope that answers that part of the question. But would it look similar? It most certainly could look similar. Like if you're choosing to go with your personal morals and values instead of what everyone else is doing, well, there you go. We're seeing introverted feeling. Now, if if an ENTP or an ENFP says, "Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Want to talk.
It looks boring. Everyone else is doing it, and I'm just going to do something else. I don't even care what it is, but I'm going to do something different, just to see what it happens." Okay, well, clearly that's introverted sensing in the last position. Where's Ven? Ven is a busy gal. I'm supposed to get Harley in here at some point. She said when she was done with her movie she would be here, but I've been in here a while and I haven't seen her yet, so. Well, if you don't go along with what others are doing because you assume if everybody else is doing it or likes it, then it must be stupid. You could make that assumption. Now, that being said, I have willingly gone against what everyone else was doing, even if it was something that I wanted to do. So, for example, my brother, we'd be playing Monster Hunter, that game that no one else plays. We would play Monster Hunter. A weapon that I really wanted to try out and use was the switch axe. Well, my brother had already used the switch axe, and he really liked it. And so he was using the switch axe. Now, I could just as easily use the same weapon and go on the same hunts with him. But he was using it. And I don't want to seem like I'm copying him, or I don't want to seem like, or I don't want to take another weapon that may have, that might limit our versatility on a particular hunt. So, and that's my rationalization. But the point was is that he was already using it, and I'm not going to use what someone else was using. I'm going to try something else. And so he would use the switch axe, and then I learned how to play a charge blade. They were kind of sort of similar, but two very different play styles. Let's see. Yes, I have been forgotten. Well, thank you, Vonda. I'm trying to, keep this going to the best of my ability. I do want a bottle of water, so if you'll excuse me. I made it back. Also, don't forget I released a how to spot an ENTJ video, which I don't necessarily know if that was it ended up being the theme of the video, but I was more or less just describing ENTJs and their general behaviors, so that's kind of how that would be helpful in spotting one. And where to find them, of course, but that was towards the end of the video. It's a busy Pizza Friday, unfortunately. Well, it is Friday, and that's... I mean, I order pizza whenever I want pizza, which can be anytime. In many cases, I would order pizza as soon as the store was open. We love you too, Joseph. My son plays Monster Hunter. He noticed you playing it on the background a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I do like me some Monster Hunter. The J in XXXJ has been replaced with gay. I didn't know that. Thank you, Joseph. I'm glad. It took much longer than I wanted it to, but it's there. And we're going to be going back to making videos. It's starting to cool down now. Now, granted, even right now, it's like 86 degrees in this room, and that's still too hot for me. But it was starting to cool down just enough so that my computer wouldn't die on me when I would be making videos. I need a new computer, by the way. Do you think that Japanese fruit game is boring? I don't know what Japanese fruit game that is that you're talking about. I'm not familiar. Bye, Joseph. Some Japanese games are fun, of course. I really enjoyed Final Fantasy VII way back in the day. Oh, and then I did play part 1 of the remake. I did do that. And that was fun. I love action RPGs. That's my favorite genre of game, and that's what they turned the latest Final Fantasy into, and I was super happy about that. It is viral. Every VTuber plays it. Oh, a Japanese fruit game. Well, just because you told me that everyone else is doing it, that makes me not want to do it. So, yeah. Desert life is not fun life, so wouldn't recommend it to anybody. If it were up to me, my life would be at a constant 67 degrees. And if it wasn't for Ven sending me this fan, I wouldn't have been able to do any videos for a very long time.
Usually it doesn't. I'm overdrawn from Lady Luck 3 times over. It's a long tale to typically run.
Yeah, I'm not
But
super
if you ever
interested in
wanted
the
to
idea
visit,
of playing a
I have
fruit
house
game.
out there in the Starfield. Thought I was going to see life's eclipse
But
from there.
who knows? Could be super fun.
Constellation swept me away. Haven't been there since we started on the Eye. If you do go there, turn the
If you
lights
do
off when
go
you
there.
leave, okay?
Is that a Russian accent? I mean, it makes sense given his name's Vladimir, but... Hi, Vasco. Bye, Vasco. Oh, crap. Wrong button. Suika game? Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
Yes?
Hmm. And in Starfield, you can customize your ship. Make it look like how you want, add all kinds of stuff to it. Thought that was neat. I will have more MBTI questions soon. I am getting ready to leave work, so I'll be right back. Okay.
We've detached.
Thanks, Bob.
Let's get out of here.
Let's see here. So we talked to Vladimir, great. Then we have to go to someplace. Set a course. Boy, that's complicated looking. Okay. Going to the deserted robotics lab, I guess. And now that we talked a little bit about Monster Hunter, now I want to play Monster Hunter. Which I'm effectively done with the game, or at least as far as I need to go with it. You know, I've slayed all the monsters, and I've got like a few maxed out different weapon varieties. But I was trying to work on making the longsword more damagey. I was having some issues, which was the weirdest thing, because I would be reading what other people say about the longsword, and like, why is the longsword so powerful? It's the dumbest thing ever. Now, of course, those posts were like a year ago, but I looked at a DPS ranking for all the weapons in Monster Hunter, and like longsword was 4th from the bottom out of 14 weapons. I was like, oof. But I thought it would be fun to use, and so I had to completely change up how you would see it be used in like speedrun videos. And I wasn't paying attention, so I got attacked by bad guys. Oh right, there is there's action in in this game. It's not all just space travel and talking. I often believed that there wasn't enough action going on. Like, there was a lot of times where I was just bouncing back and forth between orbit and landing someplace just to talk to someone for 2 minutes and then get back, right into space. So that was kind of annoying. Let's see if I can go back into stealth. I had a life for a couple of weeks. I'll be coming back to move Monday. Oh, well. That's good news. As for me, I need to make sure that my life goes back to making videos, doing live streams, and things like that. Trying to get back into it now that the heat's more or less dying down. Bam. Let's see if I can get so far away that I start to lose track of me. So in Starfield, there, Vasco, don't even. He's doing it. Anyway. In Starfield, to rank up certain skills, you have to complete challenges. So in the case of stealth, like right now, I have to make 40 stealth attacks. And even if I'm completely hidden and I shoot somebody from a completely hidden state, like half the time it won't count as a sneak attack. Even if I had never been in combat with them. So it's like I said, the stealth isn't great. I have 1,000,001 projects I have abandoned. How do I actually finish them? Well, so here's my recommendation. You build a time machine that somehow allows you to stop time, or in some like pocket dimension in which time doesn't move forward, to at least to some degree, like to the point where you don't age, for example. Then you should be able to have enough time to complete those projects, and that's assuming you're going to stay interested in completing those projects, because you inevitably may not. Whoa. Shot.
Likely to survive this encounter.
Who are you talking to, Vasco?
Enemy damage received.
Mm-hmm. That's because you didn't stay at the ship. Because you're dumb. Bad Vasco.
Do not attempt combat with us. You will not survive.
We would have to be able to finish the time machine, yes. So what you need like an INTP to help you build the time machine, or at least come up with the plans for it. Oh, that's a grenade button. I didn't know that. The thumb button is the grenade button. What if I get someone else to do it and then get upset that they're doing it wrong? Well, that makes you an INTJ. Thereby forcing me to actually complete it. Yes. Introverted intuitives, I have noticed, have an issue realizing that when they assign a job to someone, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to do it exactly the way that you have envisioned it in your mind. They tend to forget the human element, and that other people exist with their own consciousness.
Conflict with us was advisable.
Would you complete it if that happens? I would complete, like, let's say that if I worked on a time machine for a week and it would be done, I'd probably do it. But if you told me that I needed to work on a time machine for the next 40 years and then it would be done, that's a tough one. There has to absolutely be times in which I would tell that. I would bring this to a company and say, look, I need this many years to finish the time machine. So, you need to pay me a ridiculous amount of money, and you need to cover my health insurance, and you need to do all these other things. And of course, I also need, tons of vacation time. And then, yes. then yeah, I could see myself doing it. I mean, would I be able to complete it? I mean, I would hope. I would like to think that, getting paid ridiculous amounts of money and having more or less my life completely figured out, I'd like to think that that would be enough of an incentive to keep me focused. But who knows? It might not have been.
Hello, Captain.
But them darn functions, they get in the way. Okay, I think I have brought down all the enemies, and I got, like, no sneak attacks in, because that's just how the game works. Vasco, you're not following me, are you? He's supposed to just stay at the ship, but... More MBTI questions. Come on now. It's MBTI Friday. Oh. And Bob's dead. Farley's not here. Ven's busy. Deep space mining. I have to have leaders around me if I want to get anything done. Well, I mean, when you were a manager, you were the leader, right? Oh, don't get caught. Let's see. We've got a few rounds left in this thing. Also, I don't know if wearing heavy armor or not makes you more detectable, so just in case, I've been keeping my armor off. Not sure if it actually does anything, though. You would think that it would, but who knows. Let's see. How does extroverted sensing look differently in the second position or the third position? How is it going to look differently? Well, it's still going to... That's still a preference for, unconvoluted, real-life, tangible things. So, if it's in the first position, then essentially everything that that person does is, or decides on, is colored by extroverted sensing. So, dealing with something practical in the real world kind of thing. And the same goes with, like, let's say, ISTP. Okay, well, their whole life, all the decisions they make is colored by this sense of introverted thinking, in that they need to logically deduce why it is that they should be doing what they're doing in the real world. This usually translates into making, arts, certain kinds of crafts like building things, becoming engineers or fabricators. That's usually what they end up. A lot of them end up becoming, getting into those kinds of professions. Even computer engineering, as a matter of fact, as we move forward in technology. So, stuff like that. If the game's programming in the stealth department is bad, I doubt they thought of how armor affects stealth. Yeah, that... you might be onto something there. Okay, there's 2 pirates that can't see me, supposedly. Pop. Not bad. That was you see that? Single shot from stealth. Didn't get caught. And I got a sneak attack in, so how many more sneak attacks do I need to level up stealth? I need 32 more sneak attacks. Great, because it's not difficult enough as it is.
I'm going to find you.
Ah! Yeah, take that. Ah, I shouldn't have wasted those bullets. Sir, you can't skip my question and then call me dead. I don't... I for some reason, I'm not seeing your questions somehow, for some reason. What question was it this time? The last thing I see here on the chat is you will have more questions soon. That was the last thing I saw from you. And yeah, you're still dead. Apparently, according to Bob, I'm racist, so... Which famous people are you 90% sure they are ENTP? Like, reasonably sure? I don't keep up with a lot of celebrities, but I suspected that Robert Downey Jr., ENTP. I also suspected Ryan Reynolds as a ENTP. Tosh, I'm sure he's got a real name, but that's the only name I know. Like a comedian, Tosh, had that show like Tosh .0 or something. And then I also believe Dave Chappelle is a ENTP. If I think of any more, or if you ask me if certain personalities are, I will answer those as well. What's his name? He passed away due to drugs, prescription drugs, some kind of overdose. It was Greg Giraldo. He is my absolute favorite comedian of all time, but I believed he was an ENFP. But still my absolute favorite. He was the best, in my opinion. Let's go to the cafeteria. Also, I don't know if this is a level thing or not, but I have found virtually no 45 caliber ACP rounds in this game. Oh, and of course, as one wouldn't have suspected, you also can't make your own bullets in... You can't make your own ammunition in a Bethesda game, which is weird because you could in Fallout New Vegas, and that came out how many years ago? And yet they somehow didn't add that into this game. They dropped the ball here and there on some things. So yeah, you have to buy and or find all of your ammunition. Ooh, found some mines. Also, on the topic of making, having made an ENTJ video today, Donald Trump is not an ENTJ. Gordon Ramsay is not an ENTJ. Raymond Reddington from The Blacklist is not an ENTJ. My question basically was, considering extroverted feeling is a survival function, can it be used to get things from people and or keep people from harming you? Oh, absolutely. That is a matter of keeping people from harming you. That was the first use of extroverted feeling for me. Maybe just specific people, but didn't want people to hurt me because they were much bigger than me, considering I was like, 6, 7 years old. So yes. But I normally tell people that extroverted feeling seems more like a survival function to me. Surviving in society in general, just being in a civilization, requires some level of extroverted feeling. You've got to use it. Is that a mine? Looks like a mine. Industrial workbench. If that's a mine, can I disarm it? Ooh, got it. I referred to extroverted feeling as a survival function just because it seems so obvious that you would use it for survival. You can very easily use extroverted feeling to get things from people or to cohabitate with others, and I'll get it so that they don't just kick you out, kind of a thing. So in my earlier years, I was very nomadic and I was couch surfing quite a bit. Didn't need to, I just liked being able to. So, a survival function. But if you want to get more philosophical with it, I think you can use every function and you could argue that every function can be used in a way that's specific to survival, I think. If you only have 10 seconds to make an incredibly important decision, you can either use that 10 seconds to try and figure out yourself what's the best thing to do, or you can ask a group of people, or you can find out what most people would do in that situation, and they seem to be okay, so just go with what they tell you to do. There's the difference between introverted thinking and extroverted thinking. Extroverted thinking in this particular scenario being what you use to survive. Just going along with what everyone else was doing because you didn't have the time to think about it. So if someone's got a gun to your head, for example, and you have to make a decision, things like that. I don't like extroverted thinking, but I do understand how useful it can be. Imagine if we lived in a world where everything you read or heard about was 100% correct, then you not using extroverted thinking is just hurting you, because there would be no need for you to think for yourself. Everyone else has already thought of it for you. So you just grab all that accredited information and then you move along with your life. You just get stuff done. So, any thoughts on how to begin a conversation about feelings between two high introverted thinking users? Alcohol. You could try that. That's my recommendation. I have known, of course, a number of ISTPs in my life, and they oftentimes try to be super manly, and then they didn't want to talk about feelings, and they believed that they were, feelings were beneath them, etc., not realizing that they express feelings on a regular basis. They just don't realize it. But when they start drinking, they start getting way more opinionated, and they start expressing to you how they view certain things, and what they believe is right and what they believe is wrong, kinds of things. So that's my recommendation. A little bit of alcohol. Alcohol is cheap and effective, so long as they're not mean drunks. Watch out for that. Bam. We're up to 10 sneak attacks performed. 30 more to go. Now, the other day, though, I was finding that sometimes I would still get a sneak attack in even when the bar was set to caution. That guy didn't even have line of sight to me and still saw me. Okay. Yeah, the stealth is really, really bad in this game. But if you grew up in an environment where you were well taken care of in terms of physical things, and you don't need to get things from others that often, wouldn't that extroverted feeling be underdeveloped in a way? Well, I don't necessarily think it would be undeveloped. Like, so having a strong preference for extroverted feeling means that you want to be around other people. So if you did have that preference, you would still be around other people. You would still be, manipulating a social environment. But let's say that you are an INTP, for example, and you grew up in a place where you had all those things and extroverted feeling just wasn't required. Well, then you're going to end up, when you finally get into social situations out in public, you're going to come off as super awkward and not knowing when to shut up, or not being able to properly assimilate or acclimate yourself to whatever social environment you're in. And that is something I've absolutely seen before. So, yeah, I've absolutely seen that behavior. That's true, you win. Correct. Let's see. Someone joined my Discord. Who was it?
It is me. Hi, everybody.
Ven
Yes.
made it. Oh,
I did.
have a good nap, Vonda. Bye. Ven finally made it back, and I think it was Vonda that was asking about you. Although, you might not have been. Where's
Yes, I
Ven
don't
at?
know.
Where's Lady V? I don't know. She abandoned me.
I was working, guys. I tell Urchin I can't do Fridays because I have business meetings in the afternoons.
She makes up all kinds of excuses. This one. Who do you think you are? Me? That's not how that works.
That's any.
Why do ISTPs aspire to be ENTPs, Ven?
I think it's because people have this idea that extroverted intuition is idea generation. So they miss the fact that everybody thinks and everybody has ideas and everybody thinks that they can come up with this new invention or something like that. So they automatically are like, well, I thought about, I don't know, this philosophical question today, and that definitely has to make me an extroverted intuitive, because that's what people say, if you have an abstract thought, that means that you're an intuitive. No,
Yep.
everybody can have an abstract thought from time to time.
There you go. Got that figured out. A frenzy
Yes.
arc.
And we still like you, ISTPs.
Yep, I've never had a bad... I've never not gotten along with an ISTP before. Just except for, we're talking about MBTI, we may make some disagreements, and you got to bolster your arguments. And that's all. Which ISTPs don't usually mind arguing. As a matter of fact, the ones that I've been talking to lately seem to really enjoy arguing. So...
Yes, I've noticed that.
Like my brother, Wildman, because he's my brother now. Because someone told me he was. I'm like, okay.
Yes, he is. Wildman is an interesting character, I would say.
Indeed. I'm on fire,
How's your
Van.
game going?
My what?
How's your game going?
It's
Are you
alright.
enjoying it?
Do I need to stream it for you?
You're fine, don't worry.
Okay. Then I won't. I also had Bob here not too long ago. But she died. Nope, she's still there. Is it their tertiary introverted intuition that makes them sad and emotional at times? Yes. That has been my theory on it. Is that so ISTPs and ISFPs, of course, prefer to live in the real world, more practical, tangible, quick, not quick, but, not overcomplicating things kind of reality, which is perfectly fine and probably one of the best ways that you can live in this reality. But when you live in that physical world, that means that it also means that what you consider valuable to you what's worth your time, what's worthwhile, also kind of exists in the material world as well. So when you are an ISFP and you're 33 years old and you don't have those things that you envisioned yourself having at that age, that can make you very, very sad. Like, time's now lost, you can't go back, there's nothing else for you, and you start getting that mindset, and then that can lead to severe bouts of depression. So, things to avoid. And yes, ISTPs, same way. I have had an ISTP. He's still, I would consider a friend. I haven't talked to him in many, many months, but he was very confident growing up. He was maybe a little aggressive and tried to be a little domineering to people. That's normal, ISTP behavior. And he was tall. He was like 6'2". He believed himself to just be, more competent in regards to the physical world than most other people, and that's how he lived his life. And so everything was going good right up until he got to his mid to late 20s, and then he started, and then that beer finally caught up to him, so he got a little bit out of shape, and his hair started disappearing. So he got, the male pattern baldness. Now he's more or less basically bald, or near there, and that knocked him down a peg or two. So, understandably, and of course, once again, we live in a more civilized society. So for my ISTP friend, he would have been far more comfortable on a battlefield wielding some kind of a sword or an axe and chopping into the foes of the government. But we don't live in those kinds of times anymore. So. Functions 5 through 8, is it that we're not good at those functions, or we just don't enjoy using them, or both? We seemingly, as animals, have a preference for certain functions, and that we tend to fall back on that pattern. It seems to develop as we're growing, usually around probably sometime before the age of 10. You kind of have this idea of what functions you're going to use. But so I try to use myself as an example. And it's like, okay, well, I have introverted intuition and extroverted thinking in the 5th and 6th position. Okay, so how dedicated am I? How driven have I become? How focused am I when it comes to following through on my future and the plans and the goals that I want to, get done? The answer is, I'm not great at it. So, turning 30 and me deciding to even start a YouTube channel in the first place, that was a leap of introverted intuition there. And then I didn't really get to start picking out. Granted, I had life circumstances that kind of more or less stopped me from being able to do it in a way that I would have wanted to. But, now, I turned 35, and now I'm like, okay, let's go ahead and start getting this done. And even then, it's like I'm not particularly consistent, and I oftentimes lack the willpower to just get out of bed and then start, editing a video. So even though it's a 5th position function, is it a major part of my life? No. I'm trying to make it a more major part of my life, but I'm struggling, obviously. And then when it comes to extroverted thinking, it's like, well, that's just the 6th position. It's not in the very last position. And yet I question every instance of extroverted thinking that I come across. As a matter of fact, I hate it when it's, that's a bit of a strong word. I have a dislike for when it's used to have a conversation with me. I have a dislike for it. So, I would say that depending on the situation, you may end up wanting to use those other functions more frequently. But it seems to me that you could very easily determine my whole personality based on just the first 3 functions.
I have a question on that.
Okay.
How does it work when you're having a conversation with someone that uses T? Like, for example, I know I use FI as well, but I also use TE. So how would that?
Most of the time, if someone makes an assertion based off of extroverted thinking, so we'll say that higher octane gas produces greater fuel mileage out of your car. Okay. Now, the person who told me that, they don't even know if that's true. They just read it somewhere. So if I'm particularly interested, like most of the time I'll just listen. I'll be like, okay, well, that's what they heard from someone, therefore that's what they think, and that's as far as it goes. Maybe I'll ask a question there, here and there. But if I'm particularly irritated by the subject, I might say something like, well, how do you know that higher octane gas gives you more gas mileage? I'll wait for maybe an articulation, but in many cases what I'm going to hear is, well, I read it in a car magazine. And I'm like, so you don't actually know if it's doing that. You just believe what you read out of a book, a magazine even. And that's me. That would be, of course, me creating conflict immediately by saying that. But for the most part, if someone wants to tell me something, I just take it with a grain of salt. It's like, okay, yeah, if you read it somewhere, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. And I'm just like, okay, well, I'm not going to believe what you said was actually true. I'm going to need some more evidence other than you read it somewhere in a book that's absolutely true. You got to articulate something to me. Explain to me why what you said is actually true. But now I was more like that when I was much younger. Nowadays, I just let people talk. They can believe what they want, and unless it's about something that I personally find a little bit more irritating, then I'm just not going to say anything. If I'm like arguing with Moonglobes about calories and carbohydrates.
Oh Jesus! You guys get into arguments like at least once a week. It is frustrating.
So, I do my best to let it go, and just then that's it. Just okay, let him talk it out. But introverted thinking uses extroverted thinking to explain things, doesn't it? You can, like,
by the way, yes.
What?
I was gonna say, by the way, yes, gas does give you better mileage.
That's what I've known. Like, I was always told that. Like my father, ENFP, he was an auto mechanic, and he would tell me that yes, having higher octane fuel, gas mileage. And I'm like, okay, well, why is that? And then he would explain to me, let's say, that okay, well, with a higher octane fuel, your car doesn't need to run on as high a RPM, so lower revolutions per minute, less gas is used. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me, so maybe it is true. Once again, I need to test it out, find out for myself to absolutely know that it's true. But I could just tell people, yeah, higher octane fuel gives you better gas mileage. And most people will believe it. If I were to just do that, that would be me extroverted thinking, if I just saying that because I was told that was correct, and that most people believe it's true. Now, as for introverted thinking using extroverted thinking to explain things, I think that you could use extroverted thinking to like cite sources and examples of things, but I don't think one necessarily needs the however. So a lot of that knowledge and information, like let's say on some kind of technical system, like you're building a Tesla coil, there was an introverted thinker that came up with the Tesla coil. And obviously, now that's my belief anyway. Nikola Tesla was either an ENTP or an INTP. That's my belief. I would need to do some harder research on the subject to find out for sure. But now you can make a Tesla coil by following some instructions, and then you could tell people how it's done based on what you've read about the Tesla coil. And that would be something different. Oh, well, thank you, because I just turned 36, so yeah. I come from a line of people that they're almost Numenorian. They just tend to live forever. My grandparents, for example, are like they're crawling into their late 80s now, and although they've been telling me that they weren't going to be around soon for the past 30 years, they're still alive. One of them's kicking, one of them bedridden at the moment, but
I am scared of that.
Scared of being bedridden?
My family lives until very, very old age. Like my grandfather died at 99,
There you go.
And he was, my grandma died at 104.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I want to go.
Imagine living that long.
Yes.
That could be a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
I developed a cough. I have a cough infection. I guess I've got the coof. Or is it going away? Hopefully it's going away. Let's see here. Where am I going? Going that way. So I think you could use introverted thinking to explain some extroverted thinking, but then at that point, I mean, is it really extroverted thinking anymore if you're articulating why something is how it is? Explaining it in a meticulous manner. And then is it your logic, or is it the logic of the crowd?
Well, that's the logic of what you've seen. Like, for example, with the guys that you were explaining how your dad knows why. I don't know all of that, right? Because I don't remember. But in the Dominican Republic, we use gas instead of, the regular gasoline that you pump in here in the U.S. and most other countries. So you can use either or, but gas is always cheaper.
Laugh
so there's
at
always been an
Bob.
argument.
Laugh at Bob for spelling sighting wrong.
I misspell things all the time.
Yeah, but it's funnier when you laugh at a Vietnamese person.
Yeah. Oh, Bob. He has it against you. He's gonna keep attacking you. Oh, that was a bad sentence structure.
Yeah, citing sources or explaining. For example, if you explain to someone that if they jump off the roof, they most likely will fall to the ground due to gravity, wouldn't that be using introverted thinking to explain why? See, I didn't even have to read the introverted thinking portion of it because I can't see it anyway. But yes, if you're articulating why, I would. So if I was trying to explain to someone that jumping off a roof is bad, well, I would want to give them, in most cases, that's someone that's not thinking things through very well. So I would want them to have a more visual understanding. So I'd say, okay, if you jump off that roof, you're going to hurt yourself because, your body's made of blood and squishy organs, things like that. Much like this watermelon. Watch what happens. You throw the watermelon off the roof, splat. And be like, see, that could be you if you jump off the roof.
And how tall is this roof, right? Because
yeah, it's a good question. I was thinking like
third story.
Yeah, like a third story roof, maybe somewhere, like of jumping off some random building in city, in the city someplace. Mm-hmm. Be like, look,
and if they really think that's gonna do something and not make it worse.
Yeah, that's what I would try to do is give them a more visual representation of what might happen to them should they jump off the roof, and that they shouldn't be doing it. So I would want to articulate it in the way that I best can, in a way that they could understand it, for certain. Then oh wow, the game's kind of glitched out, so I can actually, without having to break open this lock, I can take the weapon out of it. Bit of an oversight on Bethesda there.
So you answered the question as if she said introverted thinking, but she said extroverted thinking.
Oh. Well, then that was wrong. For example, if you explain to someone that if they jump off the roof, they most likely will fall to the ground due to gravity, wouldn't that be using extroverted thinking to explain in that very basic way, just like telling them, hey, yeah, gravity means that you're going to fall and hit the ground. Now, that could be coming from a place of extroverted thinking, but that could also be your personal understanding of how gravity works. Now, most people can understand how gravity works. They get the idea. If there's enough mass in space, then it pulls things towards the center of whatever that, whatever the mass is. So people can generally understand that. That doesn't take a whole lot of introverted thinking to kind of get your mind around that. But if you were to just tell people, so and so, my science professor told me that gravity is real. Now, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but gravity's a thing. And it means that you fall to the ground. So if you were to jump off this building, that means that, you're going to hit the ground and then hurt yourself because of gravity. There's not a whole lot of articulation there. Just gravity will hurt you. because I was told that gravity will hurt you. But once again, most people can articulate that that's what would happen because of gravity. It's not that difficult to explain. Hello, lines for a name. Right, cookie dough. That's cookie dough. Cookie dough, you may need to change your name to cookie dough so I can remember that you are the person with lines for a name.
Nah, cookie dough, that's on him.
That's on me, I guess.
So, pen cap, how do you convince FE Doms to do stuff? I don't think it's that hard, honestly.
No,
Like, if they want to do it, they'll do it.
yeah, you explain to them why you need help with something, and if they like you or they believe that you are good for the tribe, you know, then they'll be like, okay, yeah, so-and-so needs help. So we're going to, you know, I scheduled some time in, and now we're going to go help them. Shouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah, it's not difficult at all. As someone who apparently is surrounded by FE users that I did not know, both of the people that I'm closest to, one is an ESFJ, another one is an ISFJ, and they're honestly not that hard to convince to do anything. Like, I'll be, hey, guys, I want to do this, and they'll be like, sure, let's do it. Like,
Generally
if I wanna
speaking,
do it, they're okay.
they're agreeable. I mean, generally speaking,
Yeah.
I find them to be more agreeable. So...
The ESFJ sometimes will ask me, well, why? Like, what are we doing this? What are we getting this? But he's down for it. He just wants to know the why, and he'll be okay with it.
There you go.
Not a lot of questions there.
But oftentimes the ESFJs will be trying to convince you to do stuff. More often than not.
Yes, like, get a computer so we can play this game. Let's go here.
I wonder who's been telling you that. Goodness.
Yeah. Well, yeah, YouTube, and most of them say that. Like Ariana, for example, she wants to see the lights in December, so she's scheduling for us to go to watch some lights for Christmas, some houses.
There you go. Then why is it so hot out here in the desert?
I don't know. I wish I could help you, but I am sitting here or laying down in my bed, just shower, and like a fan on me. And, you know, I'm very comfortable, so I can't help.
Thought ISFPs were the most agreeable. They have, I think that yes, ISFPs when they're younger can be some of the most agreeable people that you'll meet, most certainly. But it doesn't detract from ISFJs and ESFJs being generally agreeable. I'm not saying they're super agreeable, just generally, you know, more often than not, they are agreeable. But I've found that as ISFPs get older, they tend to get a lot more disagreeable as they get older. I've known a few of them, and they start getting disagreeable around 30. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I've got my theories on it. Usually it's because they've had enough moments in their life that were miserable that start to make them care less about how they are perceived by others when they wanting to say something, or perhaps it's just years of being ignored when they talk, and they finally want to stand up and be accepted or paid attention to.
The way that I explained it to my mom the other day was that I was like, well, you have introverted intuition. She has no idea what I'm talking about, by the way. I just started rambling.
Did you say it in Spanish?
Yes, I did. It was in Spanish.
I was like, just making sure, because she might not be able to understand if you said it in English. I don't know if your mom speaks English or not.
I don't know. Her friends speak English, and she meets a bunch of people, and she makes a lot of friends and goes out with them that I don't even know. So, and they speak English and not a lick of Spanish, so I don't know how she does it. But if we're talking to her, it's like she gets nervous and she will not speak English. So, who knows? Who knows? But I was telling her how I think it's because, she believes that she knows best than everybody because of that introverted intuition. So if she has an idea of how things should be, right? And it has already worked for her. Like, you can't move her from that idea, right? Like an anti-dom that they believe that because they thought about it, that has to be like the right idea. So that's what I was explaining to her because, she's a hardhead. Like, you can explain it to her in a million different ways and she'll be like, no, 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 but this is still better. And even when you like spend 2 hours there, at the end, she'll be like, okay, well, I guess so. But, she's still not happy about it.
Oh.
We may have to agree to not my. You know what? Your waste. Listen, the standard payout's already more than
Dang,
generous.
I failed the persuasion check. Alright.
Excellent. All you need to do is drop this off to the ship services technician on Aquila City. They'll take it from there. Thanks.
Great. Alright. Let's deliver this package, I guess. That was fast. Cookie Dough, what questions do you have about MBTI today? I still have that cough, Ven. I've got space cough.
I mean, it's not just leave.
Suppresses addiction symptoms for 10 minutes. I need something that cures a cough. I apparently don't have anything that would cure a cough, unfortunately.
Well, I have some pills here.
Yeah.
You gotta come pick them up.
Why are ENTPs so annoying? Cookie Dough asks. Urchin, are you aggressive or like to fight? If no, is it due to having extroverted sensing last? No, when I was younger, yeah, when I was a little more testosterone filled, I might have been more aggressive. I've gotten into a scrape or two, for sure. But as I got older, I learned that it was better to have allies than enemies. And so I oftentimes would turn a would-be enemy into something of an ally, someone to become familiar with. And so
Got anything you need to offload?
I just don't do
Trade
that.
authorities always buy?
Not
Okay,
anymore.
no problem.
Oops, wrong button.
You the courier? I've been expecting you. Star Parcel has your payment right here.
I would say it is. A
Anything
lot
else
of
you need?
ISFPs are. But I have talked to several ISFPs, and the only one on the internet that I have not seen be passive aggressive is you, Hedix. Every other ISFP in the server has been passive aggressive.
Yes, SC is always called out with being aggressive, but why is that not a thing for most ISFPs? I don't necessarily think that aggression is 100% an extroverted sensing thing. We're talking about what kind of aggression. There's all kinds of ways in which you can be aggressive. Physically aggressive? Yes. If you are someone that wants to, take your typical ISTP has no issue oftentimes getting into a physical confrontation with someone. Now I have noticed that the bigger the ISTP is, the more aggressive they are. And then the smaller the ISTP is, the less aggressive they are. I have noticed that. But that's the kind of world that they live in. They view physical might as something that's important and possibly even pivotal to existence for them, at the very least. And so that's going to influence how their levels of aggression depending on the situation. So typical ISTP, yeah, they seem to not have too much of an issue getting into physical confrontations. Same with ESTPs. Now ESTPs, they will tell me that they like to have a diplomatic approach, because to them they see physical confrontation as, well, why are we risking physical damage to one another over like a misunderstanding or a simple miscommunication? Why do we need to do that? Why can't we just talk it out? Because of course they're going to be far more practical people in regards to social environments, but they also will get into a fight. In some cases, they enjoy it. There's that. Me, if I have to fight someone, yeah, but I'm not going to be somebody that fights fair. That's not me. I'll try to rogue it up best I can. Sneak attacks, and go for joints. Slap someone in the throat, or go for soft spots, that kind of a thing. My uncle Douglas, and this is an introverted sensing moment. My uncle Douglas a long time ago told me that because he was in the military, and he told me that the military trained him to believe that every physical confrontation could easily be a life or death confrontation, and that you should treat someone, if someone has a knife or they're particularly angry and you believe that they might try to cause you harm to a fatal degree, then you have to treat it as such. And so there's no such thing as cheating when it's a fight for your life. And so if you've got to pick up a rock, if you've got to throw sand in the eyes, if you've got to, go for the crotch area, if you have to, knife hand someone in the throat, anything, there is no cheating. I have a sword somewhere. I've had this sword since I was 15 years old. And if there was an intruder, even if they weren't armed, I would still at least, threaten that I would use a lethal weapon to stop them. I forgot about their TI, but when you would think ISTPs would fight less since they are leading with introverted thinking and thinking more. So once again, there's got to be a connection with extroverted feeling and fighting. Well, like I said, I would get into a fair number of fights growing up, and I didn't usually want it to go that way, but of course you're going to have to learn how to defend yourself to some degree, especially if you grow up in Central California. So there's definitely, I would most likely believe that, yes, a lot of the kids that wanted to pick a fight with me were extroverted sensing preferenced. It's, in many ways, physical confrontation is the fastest way to get what you want. So if you're a bank robber and you walk into a bank and you say, "Hello, please give me all of the money that you have in your drawer right now," and you didn't threaten physical violence whatsoever, well, how likely are you to get that money? Probably not likely to get the money at all, and if you were going to get the money eventually, it would require a great deal of time and effort to get what you want. However, if you physically threaten the bank teller, then they're more than likely going to dump out all the money immediately, give it to you so that you'll go away. So if someone has a problem with you, usually the fastest way to feel vindicated is to hurt them. So I would think that, yes, an ESTP would be more up for an upfront fight. So an ESTP wants to be challenged in this fight. They want to test their reaction skills to that of their opponent. That's what they want. They want that challenge. For me, I of course always go with the diplomatic route. I'm like, "Oh, you have a problem? Let's see if we can't talk it out." And if I believe that it's not going to go in that direction, you'll see me looking around the room. I'm looking for objects. I'm looking for escape routes. I'm looking for things I can use to defend myself. Because in most cases, if the person wants to have a fist fight with me and then I all of a sudden pull out a baseball bat, they might back away because I'm trying to avoid this physical confrontation, not because I'm going to not because I want to hurt them. But an ESTP, yes, I've known a number of ESTPs and ISTPs that enjoyed piping. I don't know if that's even a thing anymore, but it's where you would essentially, you get like PVC pipe and then you put a bunch of foam material around it, and then you hit your friends with it, in these faux sword fights or what have you. So I knew a lot of them that were into that, and they just seemingly really enjoyed hurting people because those things hurt, by the way. Yeah, they're covered in foam, but when you got someone swinging it at 40 miles an hour, yeah, you're gonna feel it. So And yes, I also enjoy doing the piping thing as well. Try and be as friendly about it as possible. Can you emotionally threaten bank people to give you money? You could try, but I don't think it's as effective. Once again, we live in a very physical world, so most of the time, if you're a bank robber and you're not threatening physical violence, I imagine it's not going to work. And just for the sake of YouTube, I'm not condoning that anyone rob banks. So, just pointing that out.
How can I be of service, Captain?
You got 3 chances to chill. Some people are unchillable. Right, Ben?
Good to see you.
That is correct. I'm looking at you, SE users. I'm just kidding. Guys, I love you all.
Lift off looks good.
She's lying.
See, I also give people 3 chances. That's what I always say. I'm like, hey, first time, I'll be fine. The second one, okay. The third one, like,
We're locking into orbit now.
we're in thin ice right here. And then the fourth one, that's when people are like, how could she be like this? You have no idea she could be this toxic. I'm like, ma'am, you were looking for this at that point, because, like, what else do you want me to do?
Yep.
So I get it.
It's someone else's fault. Absolutely.
Oh, come on. You think I'm that unreasonable?
And I don't think you're terribly unreasonable, no.
Oh, wow. I got a compliment from Merchant, guys. This is not normal.
Make me a salad.
I will make myself a salad. I'm gonna make
Unreasonable.
you a salad.
And we're done. Enjoy Sidonia.
Buy
me a new computer. No, unreasonable.
I don't even have a new computer. Can I get you one? I'll make you a sandwich cookie dough.
My grandma used to say, "I'll make you a sandwich, like a knuckle sandwich." That's what she would. That's what she would tell her husband. My grandfather, not grandfather, was he's still alive, ISTP, and so he liked to poke fun whenever he could. So he'd be like, "Woman, go in there and make me a sandwich," and then she'd like throw something at him. And that would be it. Van escaped the kitchen. She escaped the kitchen, but she took the kitchen with her, in her heart.
Gear looks green. Ready to land.
Oh, jeez, guys. I've never been good at cooking. It's not that I'm not good at it, because I'm sure I'll be amazing at it. It's just it's boring. And I get distracted very easily, so that's how I burn stuff. Like, I'm making a soup, and I put the water to boil, and 2 hours later...
She burnt the water!
Bent up. Yeah, the pan is all bent up because there's no water left in there. So, I am apparently a menace.
It seems like you just need like a partner, really. Like you just need someone to be there to help you.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm doing it for someone, I'm okay with it, right? Because I'm excited that I'm going to do something for someone. Like if I was cooking for Urchin, like let's say Urchin and I were dating, right? And I was cooking for him. And I was doing something I knew he liked, I would have no issues doing it because it was for him. So, and I know he's gonna like it, so I wouldn't have an issue. Now, if it was for me, I would not even try.
Wouldn't even try.
No.
I think I'm probably the same way. I just want food in my stomach so I can move along with my day. Uh-oh, that's not good.
Yeah. I mean, chewing is so much work.
I agree.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bob says, I mean, in the same conversation, if someone's being irrational or rude and coming at me, I'll try 3 times in the conversation to de-escalate and talk rationally, but if they don't stop, I figure there's no point. Oftentimes, yes. If after 3 times it's not working out and it seems to be getting worse, then, be ready to call 911 or something. Let's see. Cookie Dough says, I mean, I would love for someone to tell me to make them a sandwich. No joking, or am I? Who knows?
Don't come any
No,
closer.
Cookie Dough, I
Identify
don't believe
yourself.
that you were joking.
I think Cookie Dough is such a sweetheart that if I said, "Hey, Cookie Dough, I would like a sandwich," she'll be like, "Oh, Ben,
good.
what do you want it
I suppose I
with?"
should
You
have
know, and then
guessed.
she'll make it.
It has been too long since I checked in.
He's
You
a
are the newest
sweetheart.
member, yes?
She is a sweetheart.
Do they often send you to check up on other, more senior members? Perhaps. I suspect Vladimir worried you might find me on the ground.
Immortal Emperor Master asks,
Instead of
you're not
this one.
dating? No,
We waste time. We should complete our mission and then we can...
we are not. As a matter of fact, Ben expressly told me that she would never date
Oh
me.
my god. Oh
So,
my gosh.
I don't blame her, but, you know, letting her know.
Why do you keep telling them that?
Because that's what you said.
It's not you, it's me.
Yeah. Classic. Do you think those who preference extroverted intuition are less confrontational because they think of the possible negative consequences? That's what I believe. Or because they think of different possible solutions. Hopefully both, but I'm more of a pessimist, so I'm always thinking about how things could go south super fast. So that's what I do. I'm just a misanthrope, really. I date you, Urchin. Well, thank you, Sleepy.
I don't think he
appreciate
would
that.
date you though.
Uh-huh.
We are here for the artifact.
Well, it depends. I mean, is he going to get me a new computer? Date for a while.
For a while.
Is it okay if we date, but I also date other people at the same time?
Yeah. I would date Urchin as long as he doesn't expect you know, he can be faithful and
Oh.
and just that.
And just that. Oh, I don't know how I can be in a relationship if you tie my hands that way.
But do you guys see it's not possible, so
Protect current user. Okay.
yes, I also have started to believe that Sleepy is that I mean I've told him this. I think there is he doesn't want to admit it to himself, you know,
What
like a lot
doesn't
of
he
the
want to
things
admit?
that he likes, you know, a certain you know type of people.
Meet your death.
I don't know if this is safe for YouTube to say that he likes men, but
We are triumphant.
Yeah, I think it's safe.
okay,
think.
okay. Well, we believe there's a theory going on. There's many theories on Sleepy going on, but that he's gay is one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're trying to help him. You know, like tell him it's okay. Something wrong with it.
Yeah, Sleepy. Got my bounty hunter suit on here. Hopefully it's not going to make it harder to sneak around. Why are you gay?
You know.
Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets.
It became about you the moment you told me that you would date me. So that'll teach you. All right, I'm gonna try and get a sneak attack in on this bad guy here. Bam, there, it worked. They still can't see me. That's cool. Shooting at my companion, not me. Just want to make that clear. Still no sneak attack on that one. Destabilized orbit. What happened to Abby? Abby moved on to other Discord servers, I think.
Give up already. Do the best you can do.
So yes. And all of her art went with her. So, that being said, we're currently in the works in getting some art back for the channel. Some new art. Right, Ben?
Yeah, as soon as you tell me. Oh, I thought about what about like
Cowards.
like a little good witch for an ENFP.
A good
What do you
witch? That's kind of plays into the INFP thing a little bit, doesn't it?
INFJ. Oh yeah, I remember.
I said
now.
INFP, but also yes, the
Well, no,
INFJ. Well, the whole idea of being, more focused on things like magic, and friendship is magic, kind of stuff. That's more in the INFP territory. But I do remember that yes, INFJs were portrayed as some kind of wizard on that as well. So yeah. Oh goodness. There's a bad guy that I can't see, but somehow is noticing me. Notice me, bad guy senpai. Let's see, cognitive function and mental illness. Like, someone always asks me that every stream. Cognitive functions and mental illnesses. Like, which mental illness? I'm sure we could try to logically figure out which one works there. I gift you a magical unicorn that grants all your wishes. What is your first wish? I would like to have a lot of money. And then I don't think I need the rest of the wishes after that. I can probably make do with just having a lot of money. Or we could go with a, how about a box, right? And on the top of this box is a red button. And every time I press that red button, $10,000 is sent to my PayPal account. Every time I press the button. So whenever I need the money, push it. MBTI most likely to be overweight. I don't know about most likely, because a lot of them can very easily get into overweight status. Like, it's really not that difficult to just become overweight.
Any users.
So, like, for example, a lot of ESFPs I've known were overweight. A lot of ESFJs I've known were overweight. My INTP friend of 20 plus years, he's a heavy boy now. he's a heavy boy. And there's different reasons why they get overweight. So like, let's say you are more or less blind to your physical your physical presence in this world. Like, you're not paying attention. You just know that, oh, my body's hungry, I'm going to shove food down my throat. Don't really care what it is, but I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so if you're if you're a strong preference extroverted intuitive, you may not realize or perhaps even care that your body is swelling up like a balloon. You eat. Your body told you that you were hungry, so just eat something. You don't really think too much on it. You just cram food down your gullet. Whereas in ESFP, for example, they're constantly aware of how their body feels, and they want to eat something that's going to make them feel good. So cheesecakes, candies, pastry snacks, donuts. Or just maybe having a big ass steak on the regular. So multiple reasons why someone can become overweight. Now, the ones that typically are not overweight, though, well, those are your introverted intuitives. Introverted intuitives are they are far more health conscious than we will ever be. So Many ISTPs typically get to overweight status after they've reached adulthood. The ISTPs I've known typically get overweight once they hit about 30. They start putting on the pounds, which makes sense. I mean, your metabolism slows down. You're probably in a job that's far less, it has a far less of a requirement for cardiovascular activity, and so you eventually put on the pounds. Even me. Now I'd always been skinny most of my life. My brother had taken to calling me Skeletor, and he still does to this day. Now I have put on some weight and in some very unflattering areas, and so I'm doing my best. So, for example, I had maybe 1,000 calories yesterday, and probably have maybe 1,000 today, maybe. And we're going to do that for a very long time, so I can get back down to a better looking weight. So for me, I'm not necessarily health conscious, but I'm physical appearance conscious. So because my physical appearance is the first thing people notice about me, and how my physical appearance determines how they perceive me, and I want them to perceive me in as positive a light as I can. So I put on a lot of weight, and now I need to get it off. But yes, most ISTPs I know, after they hit 30, get overweight pretty quick. That extroverted feeling convincing you to be on a diet, I'm afraid that has been my strategy for staying alive for these past at least 20 years. Joseph asks, which types are the funniest trolls generally? I always found ESTPs to be funny. Like, always. I've always found them to be funny, and I think if I had to give that to anyone, I would go to ESTP. Let's see. If you're a balloon, you're still lovable. And as for NV, I don't know about which we'd have to talk about, like which specific mental illness. So, would we consider ADD or ADHD to be a mental illness? I mean, certainly a disorder, but is it a mental illness? And if it is a mental illness, well, then I would say that people who have a strong preference for either extroverted sensing or extroverted intuition are typically diagnosed with ADD or ADHD. So there's that. Yes, balloons do equal parties.
I think a lot of people that have either of those two can be easily misdiagnosed because we tend to be so out there, right? Like, for example, I don't think I have ADHD, but I have several people mention it to me because, especially when I was younger, I was all over the place. I was jumping around, had a lot of energy. I mean, you're just a kid, and then your mind is always racing, different things that you want to do. So, of course, it's going to look like you have ADHD. That doesn't mean you have it.
Yeah, I think ADD and ADHD are a bit overdiagnosed in today's society. Let's see. So when are you going to cut the hair then? If I can get a hold of those electric clippers, I'll do it on stream. I'll just start shaving off hair just to see what happens. And then if it's really, really bad, then I'll just go to a barber or something and have them fix it. Obsessive compulsive disorder. I'm trying to think. Which personalities would be more likely to seemingly have that disorder? I mean, I have seen that. I think everyone's got an OCD about something in life. For me, this may not be obsessive compulsive disorder, but for me, I can't go to sleep unless I have like a TV running somewhere. It's almost like a nightlight / entertainment to go to sleep to, or otherwise I just can't sleep if I don't have that. But yeah, I don't think I've met I haven't met a great number of introverted intuitives that have OCD. Now I have speculated that INTJs and ENTJs may have some obsessive compulsive disorder tendencies about wanting things specifically the way that they want them. But I'd also say that about, let's say, introverted sensors. They may be more perturbed by something being out of place or a task not being completed that has some kind of personal resonance for them. I'm going to continue to tell my doctor I have ADHD to get the Adderall because it's the only thing getting me out of bed in the morning. Yeah, that's good for you. Get that Adderall. What else we got here? My brother also has to have some kind of noise to go to sleep. It's annoying when we share a room. Yeah, I'd imagine. I would imagine it would be. I do my best not to bug people. I try to leave as little of presence as possible in the house that I'm staying in. Am I going the right way, Ben? This doesn't seem like it's the right way.
I don't know.
Room means whipped cream in Dutch. Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Ben, did you know that?
I was gonna say I'm gonna put some whipped cream on you, cookie dough. Some room.
Oh. Inappropriate YouTube talk.
Okay. I forgot she was my sister-in-law. I'm gonna marry her brother.
Right. Who's her brother?
I haven't met him yet, but
Oh,
she
okay.
arranged our marriage.
Oh, great. Are you proud that it's almost been 3 hours and we managed to stick on MBTI for most of the stream? So far, I'm actually a little bit impressed. I didn't think it was possible for my usual gaggle of viewers to stick to MBTI stuff.
Welcome, Maria.
Hi, Maria. How did you get into MBTI and how long have you been studying it for? I got into MBTI by taking a MBTI test that was recommended to me by another ENTP friend of mine who I don't talk to anymore. We had a bit of a falling out after he got in some trouble with the law. And so I haven't talked to him then. But anyways, he wanted me to take the test. And so I did, and then I read a description of that personality on that same website. I don't remember which website it was, so I have no idea. But I found that the description was too intimate. They knew too much describing me, even down to, you know, like the negatives about me and the things that I don't discuss with anyone, you know, about me. At least at the time, I didn't bother talking about it. I just assumed that I was weird and a freak, and so I thought it was too coincidental. And then I started to study that and do my research, then go outside, research people in person, take notes, determine whether or not what I was reading about MBTI was correct, and then that developed over the course of 10 years. So I've been into MBTI for 10 years now. Every day, you're typing some person or a character, you're making sure that the functions work correctly in the way that you perceive them, and all those fun things. Every day. So yeah. 10 whole years. And Ven has started her journey on MBTI, and she'll be doing it for the next 10 years as well. I'm certain of it.
Definitely not.
Definitely going to be doing that for 10 years.
No, I'm only here to keep Urchin company. And that's it.
Or she's here to keep me company, which is fine. Let's see.
I mean, I won't leave it, but yeah. Not as dedicated as you. You're very good at this.
I hardly ask MBTI questions when I'm driving, only when I'm not working. That's probably safe. Bob, are you related to SpongeBob? I am. He is my grandpa. That's nice.
I can see that. I was calling SpongeBob yesterday, and Bob disappeared out of nowhere in a random server, so
Oh.
makes sense.
I've never seen Bob or SpongeBob in the same place at the same time. I'm just saying. I wonder if other MBTI YouTubers use it in their day-to-day life. Well, I kind of doubt it, because a lot of what I've listened to from other MBTI YouTubers is bad and wrong. Like, you're going to find massive inconsistencies, especially with the percentage of frequency for those particular types. There are some MBTI YouTubers that if we did it their way, then like 80% of the 80% of the population would be some kind of intuitive type, whether extroverted or introverted. So that's not good. If your system means that 80% of the people you type, anywhere, are going to be intuitives, something's wrong with the system. Have you ever been mistyped, or did you type as an ENTP the first time you took the test? Yes, I was an ENTP the first time I took the test. So I didn't wonder too much about being... I've thought about, what I might be acting like if I were another type. So what if I were in fact an ISTJ? And then wonder, well, how should I be acting based on how I grew up, my childhood, and following through with certain things, traditions, etc. And then of course you're going to come up short if you try to give me an ISTJ diagnosis. I don't follow tradition at all. Especially being raised how I was, I should be a doctor or a lawyer or something.
We all know
now.
urchins and INFP, guys. That's just how it is. It's the diagnosis.
Clearly. Is there a type that tends to come off serious and no funny business? Would it be ISFJs? Yeah, there are a few types that come off serious with no funny business. Oftentimes it'll be ISTJ. I mean, granted, they can all have their funny sides, most certainly, but we're talking 9 times out of 10 if you're just meeting them, or it's the beginning of the workday. Yeah, many ISTJs, ISFJs, as well as ESFJs. Well, maybe not necessarily ESFJs. ESFJs usually like to start their day with asking how everyone's doing, not really caring, but asking how everyone's doing, making sure that everyone's good to work today and that there's no problems. But they do like to talk. So there is that. Also, a lot of introverted intuitives are incredibly serious about their jobs. Very conscientious peoples, the introverted intuitives. Let's see. All the other MBTI YouTubers should take MBTI classes from Merchant. Yeah, as long as they paid for it. Is Cousin Craig free tonight? Can we question him after the stream? All you got to do is tag him in the Discord, and then you will find out. Why are INFPs the meme type in the community? Am I a joke to you? I think that INFPs can sometimes get a bad rap in that they are maybe too emotional and they don't spend enough time pondering the logic of the things that they believe or the values they hold. But, I've acclimated. Yes.
No. Don't just say that you've acclimated. Like, come clean.
Come clean
and
about
tell
what?
everybody that the FI video that you did, you don't dislike us, FI. You actually
I don't just inherently dislike introverted feeling preferenced people. You have to earn that dislike.
Okay. Because the way that you put it in your video is almost like,
It can get exhausting, most certainly. But as I've mentioned before, if you want to come at me with your feelings about something, that's fine. So long as we're getting to a solution here. You feel bad about this thing. Okay, I want to talk about I want to talk about how we can fix this. I want to fix you. I do not want you to vent at me for the next 3 hours about how you're upset with this person or this thing. I want to fix the problem. So tell me what's bothering you, and then we can talk about solutions. That's what I want to get to. I do not want to listen to your feelings for many hours unless I'm going to get something out of it at the end. And those
Perfect.
things are
So-
very few, the things that I want at the end of those. So,
So what we all heard here, guys, is that he really likes us FI users. He appreciates our presence too. Silence. But it's okay. We know that's what you mean.
absolutely. Completely 100%.
Perfect.
Perfect. I don't know how to get to there. I thought this way was going to take me there, and it did not. Although I found gold. I think. What looked like gold.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yes, Cookie Dough, I am venting.
She does that from time to time. Not often.
I do.
though. Also, Harley was supposed to be here today, and nothing. She said she was going to finish the movie and then show up, and that did not happen.
Huh.
Let's see. That's what I say to people, and they get mad at me for not listening to them. Well, yeah, some people are going to get perturbed if they've spent, you know, the last 3 hours complaining about something, and you've just been sitting there playing League of Legends. And you're like, did you listen to anything I said? And I'm like, I'll be honest with you, like, some of it. Not everything. Alright, we're just gonna go this way. Let's see where it takes us.
Yeah, it's very hard for me to keep up when people are just complaining about something. I
want to
zone out
fix you.
pretty often. It's hard.
Let's see here. Used to be dots with a heart. What? Let's see. The core meaning of that conversation. Oh, yes, the gist of the conversation. Yes, I can usually pick that apart. Like, you're upset about something. That's what you're talking about, right? You're upset about something. I may not know exactly what it is, but... Geez, the stealth in this game is awful. Can't get sneak attacks to save my life. Take that, nerd.
For example, Urchin, all of his introverted feelings comes out in expressing how much he hates the game he's playing every day. That's
Yeah.
where his introverted feeling comes
That's
in.
where it goes. It's me complaining about World of Warships or Monster Hunter or something.
Yeah.
Dun-dun. Oh, getting shot at.
So we've done a couple of SI users this week, and they were hard. Well, we typed 1 and 2, right, and then we had previously typed another person that was SI, and they're very confusing to me. And
Introverted
one of the reasons
sensing.
is because yes, I realized that both of the ISTJs that I, encountered this week, I believe I thought they were ISFPs, right? So just because of like their calmer, shyer demeanor, I was going with ISFPs because I was expecting an ISTJ to be a little more out there, like more aggressive in some ways, or just bored, or just not really being engaged. So I find them to be particularly hard.
There you go. I somehow have mastered the art of saying the correct things without truly listening or understanding what's being said to me because I'm not listening to them. Is that FE coming in to save the day? That's quintessential extroverted feeling that comes in to save the day. I couldn't survive many conversations with people without it. Oh, there's the bad guys. He's not moving. Like, I will pick up on keywords or pick up on certain tones they use while talking. I have no idea what they're saying, but I know exactly what I need to say to make it seem like it. Yeah, I'm also familiar with that. It's a very extroverted feeling, for sure. I just get quiet, yeah, because that's a change. I think in like a 2-hour Discord conversation, Cookie Dough probably says something like 30 words in 2 hours.
She can't give us all of her sweetness.
Can't be done. Why can't she?
Because she has to say that for herself.
Oh.
And for others, you know? Oh, you upset her.
Oh, did I? Like 35 words? My bad. Admonish me.
It's okay, I'll spank him for you.
Thanks. No, you're gonna pick up on what you should be saying, although my favorite phrases are, uh-huh. Yep. Or, you know, if you get particularly good at it, what you'll do is you'll realize that you haven't heard really a word this person said in the past 5 minutes, and then you just take 2 seconds out to listen to the last thing that they said and go, oh yeah, no, I totally get that. And then if you're particularly lucky, you'll have a point of reference to bring up. So.
Yeah, you could just repeat some of the words they're saying. They'll take it as if you're actually listening to them.
Mm-hmm. All kinds of ways to make people think that you are listening, paying attention.
Yeah,
How have I not leveled
had
up
to use it
yet?
a lot growing up.
An important skill, I always thought. Let's see. Varsha S says, was good. How's it going, Varsha? Varsha, that is not a name I've heard before. Except for maybe in some kind of Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Maybe someone's used that name. Yeah. That'll work.
It's very clear when Urchin is not listening, though. Like, to me, I don't understand how people don't notice that the man does not care about what they're saying. Like, it is so obvious.
Ven, you're literally taking a piss all over my like 25 years of tradecraft here.
Okay, but is it not? Like, let's be real.
It's obvious to you, maybe. Maybe it's obvious to me. Maybe it's obvious to Bob, but not everybody. And I'd like to think it's pretty good.
Okay. We're gonna let him think it's pretty good. No, I
victory.
honestly think that you are good because I
Hopefully
don't
they
see
amount to
people calling you out. Like, I call you out, but nobody else does. Like, they seemingly don't notice, and I don't get it.
Mm.
Which is why I try to be concise when I talk to you.
Sleepy's an INFP, right?
But he's an INFP or an ESFP, but I'm not sure. I think INFP.
I
He
thought
sounds like an ESFP.
that might ruffle his jimmies a little bit. I was just hoping to do that. Let's see. Seems to be the reactions people usually want when they see talking to me. That sentence structure did not help me understand. Let's see here. I don't talk unless someone approaches me. Okay, that's fair. Apparently Varsha sounds like Warsaw in Polish. Oh. You'll have to demonstrate that for us in the Discord. Remember to sign up for the Discord if you'd like to ask me more questions on MBTI outside of stream days. You can also go there to post your ideas for maybe videos that you'd like me to cover.
Also get typed,
Subjects.
people. $20.
Also get typed. Put in an application in the Discord, and then we can get you figured out. And no, I don't charge $100 like or more like some places.
Yeah, apparently
That
they
is-
doubled it the last time
That
I
is
heard.
pricey. Like, could you imagine me like charging $200 to type people?
No, they
like,
double it now. Like it's over 300 for 15 minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
I heard it last week.
That's unnecessary. Maybe if I'm getting, I mean, like, here's the thing. If I could, my typing sessions last about an hour. All right, so I don't really have an issue doing, like 8 typings a day. That's not really going to be that big of an issue. You just make sure I take the time out to still like make videos, make time for, streams and whatnot. But, like 3 or 4 days out of the week doing 8 typings a day, not a problem.
Oh, a new episode of Hell's Kitchen just dropped.
Hell's Kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna watch it.
Yeah, we are.
Rad.
No, Sleepy. I've met ESFJs and you're not like them at all.
Yeah, Sleepy.
Bags, what do you think most people in the Discord are socially unaware? Because out of everybody, I think you're the most socially unaware. Like, you always break the conversation up. Like, you're the only one that drops in and then
You did not respond
boom.
when I called
Yeah.
Completely radical.
Let's see. Varsha asks, what's your go-to meal to cook when you don't feel like cooking? Well, then one of two things happens. One, I just start drinking, or 2, I order food. Now, granted, there is a third option, and that is I simply don't eat. Let's see. And Cookie Dough loves snow. I also like snow. I just don't like driving in it. I think most people in our Discord are socially unaware. That's possible. Is Gordon Ramsay an ENTJ? Gordon Ramsay is not an ENTJ. He's actually a very wholesome man with very traditional values for him and his family. It's actually, I mean, he's mean on camera, yes, but he's mostly mean to people he believes should have a better understanding of cooking, and that make mistakes. But in reality, he's very nice, very gregarious. He talks to people a lot, and that's kind of his whole shtick. Getting to know people on a more personal level. So Gordon Ramsay is not an ENTJ. He is an ESTJ. Do you agree with Personality Hacker's statement that sensor types take more of a supportive role in our society, while intuitives are the ones who drive progress further? Well, it depends on what kind of progress we're looking for exactly. If we're talking about the science and technologies, then obviously the preferenced intuitives are going to be at the forefront of that. Typically, your INTPs will be at the forefront of that. But keeping society going, I don't know about extroverted sensors per se, but I would say that you cannot have a functioning civilization without introverted sensing. You need the introverted sensing to keep things going forward, to keep it stable, so that you can keep your civilization. So, yeah, I would say that's I would imagine that I could mostly agree with that.
Have I lost your interest?
You removed my comment on accident. Rip. That's sad.
The fact that it has happened to both
Let's
you
see.
and
That's for
Brad is already more
trigender.
than
Oh,
we had
okay.
before.
I was unfamiliar with
I
that.
think it is important that
He's an
we discuss what
ESTJ.
you
Yes,
saw that
Gordon
day.
Ramsay is an ESTJ, not an ENTJ.
What I had done.
The only reason why I always thought he was an ESTJ is because he always talks about his mom and like how that's how he found his love
It
for
was,
cooking,
yes.
because she was just
I
so amazing at it
appreciate
too,
that
and
you
they
see
didn't
it
have
that way.
much.
A very
Yeah,
practical
a lot of
but
I get to see a lot of
amongst
people
numbers
claiming
of
certain
constellations.
characters or personalities on TV or whatever as ENTJ, and if you literally spend like 10 minutes just researching the person, you'll find out that they're not. More often than not, that's the case. People just want to go off of just random stereotypes and just vibe type, as Ven likes to do.
Wait, hold up.
What's up?
I am notorious for not vibe typing.
Argos. I have heard of this company.
Just
Small,
just go to their wiki page and
reckless.
learn about them, and in like 5 minutes you can probably figure out what type they're.
I do not have experience with this profession, but I have my own experiences with risk. We both seem to be
Just like with Jeffrey Dahmer, in fact, like everyone was saying, oh, Jeffrey Dahmer's an INTP, and then someone else said he was an ENTJ, and I'm like, you could not possibly believe that was true if you read anything about him.
This is not the first time that
So,
Valgrind zealots
there's a lot of that.
attempted to corner me. If it is known that this has happened again, well, it has been a while since I was given an assignment on my own.
Also, apparently, to the internet community, if you decide to dispose of people you murdered by throwing them in acid, that automatically makes you an INTP, apparently, because no other personality can read a book about which acids they should be using to dispose of a body. Apparently, no one else is capable of doing that besides an INTP.
Well, that's pretty easy. There's two that you mix. I'm not gonna say them here because, you know,
This
I'm
means
pretty
we
sure
are
it's
in
not something you
agreement.
can say.
Mm.
But I
Thank
think
you.
you heard me say them before. I
That is
told
good to
who
know.
was I
I
talking
will
about
finish
this the
here
other day
and
with?
return to New Atlantis when I can.
I don't know.
You should
I
go
was
now,
someone.
as they will be
Yeah.
expecting us.
Let's see. PenCap says the argument I saw in Gordon Ramsay being an ENTJ is that he's successful. A funny argument. Yeah, that's a pretty funny one. Apparently, no one else can be successful except ENTJs. Apparently, you can't be successful without that very specific set of functions in that order. So, people, once again, the people that make these claims are people that don't research MBTI. They haven't gone outside and practiced it to make sure that, you know, or even found the real definitions on the MBTI website. They didn't do any of that. They just stereotype, vibe type, or just listen to what someone else says about MBTI, and they're like, okay, well, I guess that's how it works. No need to check, no need to follow up, and they just throw it out there. And of course, which segues over into the personality database. In case you're wondering, personality database is not, you know, like some small team of MBTI experts that decide to go through every person alive or character in a story and then make a decision on their type. They pull up a character and then have people vote on what they believe the type is, or what they believe that the type of that character is. That's what the personality database is. So that doesn't help when I frequently tell people that at least 90% of the MBTI community doesn't actually know about MBTI. They don't know anything about it. They just believe something else, something that it was transformed into over the years. So it doesn't help. Let's see. Yes, every type is illiterate except INTPs. That's true. Confirmed. INTPs are the supreme type, obviously, most certainly. How do you go outside and practice MBTI? Have conversations with people. Which, Cookie Dough, I understand would require you to talk, so you would have to have conversation with people to do that. So, you know, do that. Learn to... Now, MBTI is great for manipulating people. You know, get them to really like you or to consider you pleasant conversation. And in return, you can get things from them. So, you know, learning MBTI can be super fantastic. Have you found any examples of ENTJs for people in the real world? Yeah. Former director of the FBI, James Comey, I believe, was one such ENTJ. Also the manager of the building that I was working at in Austin, Texas, I believe was also ENTJ. But as you can imagine, like ENTJs, unless you are where they're working or where they normally socialize, you're obviously not going to have a whole lot of face-to-face time with them. But so it's difficult. Now, granted, if you were a super successful person working with or working around another ENTJ, you wouldn't be here listening to this stream. You would be working for or with that ENTJ right now. So you wouldn't be here. Now, in terms of characters, though, Hannibal, played by Mads Mikkelsen in the show called Hannibal. uh, very cool. It's a very cool portrayal of an ENTJ. Also, there was a 2017 movie called Dismissed, which I posted some clips of that in my latest video. Also, a young ENTJ. It's really interesting to watch. So I would give those a try. Give you an idea of what you're working with. Also, there was an episode of Lie to Me where the main villain was an ENTJ psychopath. So don't remember which episode that was, but it was there. I remember seeing it. So let's see here. Have you myth or fact, is introverted intuition correlated with paranoia and looking for hidden meanings behind things? Not to a degree in which it disrupts their life. No. Even when there's no good reason to do it. Yeah, so my brother, for example, anytime I talk about Sasquatch, Bigfoot, etc., he wants to go out looking for Bigfoot. And I'm like, no, that's how the aliens get you. It's going out into a forest days away from civilization. That's how the aliens get you. But he likes to believe that Sasquatch's out there. Now, is he some kind of Sasquatch fanatic who is constantly researching Sasquatch and going out there into the wilds to go find him? Absolutely not. He just has a belief in those things. And of course, there's many introverted intuitives I've met that have their own little conspiracy theories on things. Most certainly, and I think that's for everybody, though. I wouldn't say that introverted intuition is correlated with paranoia. However, I would say that extroverted intuition can very easily lead you to paranoia, and I'm sure some forms of psychosis as you get older. So when you're constantly wondering about the possibilities, that's where paranoia is going to come from. So I wouldn't say introverted intuition, I would say extroverted intuition. Let's see here. How would you manipulate an INFP? Spill your secrets? I would use very romantic means to manipulate an INFP. That's it.
I don't think anybody is hard to really manipulate.
Yeah, everyone's got the money, power, crackers. Every bird has its price. So, but with an INFP, yes, I would just go the romance route. Being romantic, using sweet words, kindness, etc. Let's see. Bob, you sound like you have experience. Yeah, I'm sure Bob has broken many hearts. Imagine you could also manipulate an introverted sensing user in a similar way by using their traditions or values against them. Oh, most certainly. That's, one of my big issues, what was when I was growing up, is people that they're too dogmatic, too rigid in their thinking or the way that they want their culture to be or their values. Because things can always get better. You can always make something better. It doesn't need to stay the same way for society to continue existing. We can change it. There's got to be a better way. There should always be a better way. We live in a reality where there's an infinite number of possibilities. You should be able to change it and do things differently. Hopefully for the better. That's what you're aiming for. Do you think introverted sensing dominants are good partners for extroverted intuition dominants? Long term, they might actually take care of the boring stuff that extroverted intuition doms seem to avoid doing. They most certainly can, but of course that's gender specific. So if in most societies, traditional societies, there is a man that wants to go to work and then bring in the resources, and then there will be a woman that wants to use those resources to make a home, to take care of children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a stereotypical traditional way of living for many cultures around the world. So if you are an extroverted, if you are an ENFP or an ENTP that really wants to just stay home and raise children, and then, make sure that the house is clean and do all those things. Now, I don't know of any extroverted intuitive woman that's going to want to do that. If they exist, I haven't met them, because usually they do want to do other things. They do, they have other aspirations and other avenues they'd like to explore. And so that even if they were to, like, let's say an INFP, even if they were to accept something of a contract like that in the beginning, they're still going to want to branch out and do other stuff. They do want to do other things. So, that could be a tough sell. And so that's really where a lot of intuitives have issues, is the whole staying at home and living a more or less boring life so that you can take care of other people. That's where you might have an issue. So if you are, if you're an extroverted intuitive male, and you have, let's say, an ISFJ wife, as long as you pay attention to the family, as long as you're bringing in an adequate amount of money, and that you are, you're doing activities with the family, being a part of the family, then she's not going to care. You go do make money however you want, as long as it's not going to threaten the stability of the family, and as long as you're still a part of the family and you're bringing in a lot of money. They don't care. Then yeah, that relationship's absolutely going to work out, not a problem. So long as the extroverted intuitive doesn't get bored of the whole family situation. As long as that's, good, then then it's fine. Let's see. Cookie Dough says she wants to stay at home. Well, I mean, that's cool. You just got to find yourself a man who has a bunch of money. Find like an oil baron somewhere that doesn't already have too many wives.
Oh, Bob, I couldn't do it.
I think extroverted sensing users are good for extroverted intuitive users to an extent. They take action, do shit I'm too lazy to do. Not always the most interesting conversations, though. Well, you take the good with the bad. I mean, what would you be willing to trade for security in a relationship? Good security. What would you be willing to get rid of or give up? And that answer is going to be different for everybody. But I've known some more liberal INFPs that were like, yeah, if I get married, I'm going to hyphenate. And I'm still going to be my own person. I'm going to pursue all these arts that I want to be a part of, or, start up a psychology practice somewhere. Whether or not they follow through with it, that's another story. But I've heard a number of INFPs tell me that. Now, don't worry, Bob, because the typical man isn't going to be all that interested in having conversations with you. And it's not because you don't have interesting things to say. It's because that's not what they're interested in when it comes to you. I'd imagine they want something far less abstract. What do you think, Ben?
I agree.
Thank you.
What am I agreeing to?
Nothing.
In the server, in general chat. But yeah, no, I don't think. I mean, I don't mind ISTPs. I've gotten along with some of them that are in actual living a life in a good place. But I don't know if that would be. I just think as long as we can respect each other's boundaries and know, and they understand that I'm not going to be this perfect little housewife, then we're good.
Well, deal breaker, everybody. Just nod and agree, Ven. Just nod and agree.
I'm not good with that.
She ain't good with that, apparently.
Look at you two. I'm jealous.
Let's see here.
Following up on some leads
What if
myself,
abstract
but
topics? What's
back to
possible
ADHD.
what's possible types of convos?
Can't they? Embedded
What?
in rock,
I don't. That sentence structure needs to be rewritten. I would rather be the person making money in the relationship than to do domestic chores all the time. Understandable. I mean, that's what I would rather do. Is making money and then pay someone to do all the domestic chores and whatnot.
I wasn't aware we were competing, but game on.
Life's a competition,
Oh
friend.
no, don't you two start. We're supposed to be working together, not competing.
What's wrong with a little rivalry here and there? I think it pushes us to be at our best.
Or causes nothing but arguments.
Arguments which then breed distrust. Noel is right, Mateo.
Well, I suppose.
If you're into politics, ISTPs are usually, most of the time, they are on the up and up of politics. So, if you enjoy that.
I'm the villain in this story. I can't believe I'm the one pushing us to be tougher for once.
You're spending too much time with Walter.
That's an answer to
Mateo.
someone's
He's
question.
turning our
That's why it
adorable
didn't make
teddy
sense
bear
to you.
into a
That
great
also
friend.
makes sense. Okay.
I do not
I heard
like being
ISTPs
asked
can
to
be
join
fairly
the
bad at
debate.
discussing abstract
It was
topics.
good
What's
to
your take,
hear
Urchin?
everyone's sides.
They don't do it as
Thank you,
much
Mateo.
as they'd
We
like to
accomplished
think they do.
something.
That's all.
Thank you for your help.
I have no. So when their introverted intuition reaches a certain point, they become far more interested in who they are and where they're going to be going, and so that can lead them to searching philosophy to try and understand maybe a more what they might consider to be an objective way of better living. But they're not going to be spending all day asking the what if questions and searching through possibilities and things, and so they might be a little bit behind, but they can keep up. Like if you've talked to them about that, they usually understand. It's just how interested are they going to be in listening to you versus explaining to you what their logic is. I mean, that's a toss up.
Very funny, Walter. You know Constellation's been keeping me busy.
I know you too well to
Are we still conversing? I have no objections. Let us see what else we can find
Let's
out.
see. But no, I think they can discuss abstract topics. They just don't do it very often, so you just gotta bring them up to speed about whatever new topic you're wanting to bring up. So,
Was there concern that I would
not that big a deal.
contribute to the mission?
I'd honestly rather my future wife in 6 to 8 years not be disappointed at me. That's fair.
Then, thank you, but it
Let's
was
see.
not necessary. We succeeded.
Yep. Disappointment leads to disrespect, and then disrespect leads to a destroyed relationship. So, avoid that if you can. Do you believe in aliens? I believe that the certain kinds of aliens scare me to death, just about. Like the aliens from Dark Skies. Those are the aliens that I'm concerned about, right? They're essentially extra-dimensional beings that can just waltz into your house completely undetected and do whatever they want to you, or take you away to be experimented on. That is frightening. But if we're talking like Mass Effect aliens, that are, some of them are humanoid, some of them are not. They seem intelligent and well-meaning. Then yeah, sure. Except for, I guess, the Krogans. I mean, granted, the Krogans didn't look scary. They just were very mean creatures. So, do I believe that there are aliens out there? I haven't personally seen definitive evidence of aliens. Now, that being said, could they exist? Absolutely. I think it's totally possible. Just as it should be possible that, there aren't other forms of intelligent life out there. I guess that's possible too. But I was thinking about this the other day, actually. What if there aren't other forms of intelligent life out there in the galaxy, or the universe for that matter? But what if humans are the first one? That's the first intelligent species, and then the other ones will follow, and then there will be more later. What if humans are the first? My favorite kind of aliens are the harmless plant-like ones. Okay. Harmless is good. I suppose. Set a course to Vladimir. Dun, da, da, da.
Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
But I also believe anything's possible, so it's not a hard sell for me, you know. Could aliens exist? Yeah, sure. Why not? In regards to philosophy, Urchin is me, I am you. You are Jeff Bezos, you owe me 5-0.5 million for me, though. Oh. Well, as soon as I can come up with that kind of cash, you know, I'll let you know.
That's not much, though.
5.5 million?
Well, there's a dash. So
yeah, I don't know what
there's
that
no
dash
longer
means.
5.5 million.
Yeah, but there's a 5M, so...
Yeah, but there's a 0.5M.
Yeah, 5. So I'm reading it as 5.5 million. With some typos.
Good day, Captain.
Okay, no, you see, I was taking in the typos because we apply pirate laws here, okay?
Pirate laws.
Like, like it's exactly what you say. Like,
Okay.
I'm not trying to guess it or
Just
fix
blips of hope
your
in the
typos.
blackest sea. I found an interesting pattern.
I don't have any sense of time. Is that because of low extroverted sensing? Well, it certainly means that you're not paying attention to the time.
A bigger one.
So I think that if you're not someone that really deals in things like schedules or being organized, then you're not really going to focus that much on the time. So could be extroverted intuition, but it could also be extroverted sensing, actually. I would imagine the higher you are on those, the less likely you are to pay attention to the time.
The ones we found, anyway. No telling what this is, but you can feel that excitement in the air, can't you?
How does introverted feeling look in different positions? Well, we have the lead position. The lead position, and that's usually seen as
You need to explore the area on foot. Put
oh,
your scanner
like well, of
to
course, leading their life with their morals, values, ethics. They usually let you. They regularly inform you of how they feel about things. They also express themselves in a more emotional manner. I like that, or I don't like this. They may have scowls on their faces. But granted, that's what happens when anyone's displaying introverted feeling. It's just that someone that leads their life with it, they make most of their decisions on gut instinct and going with what's right, or what they feel is right, that kind of a thing. Second position is the active position. So when they're doing something, they don't. It's not like it is in the first position where they can't really help it. In the second position, they can. They're actively going with their gut. They're actively going with their instinct. That's how they want to move through life. But they can, of course, choose to not express it and then go with another route. Which, of course, is typically, which of course it would be extroverted thinking right next to that. So they're fairly close together in usage, it seems. Third position, introverted feeling. So that's your ISTJs and INTJs. They oftentimes, that introverted feeling, they do have some pretty strong values. Things like respect is typically one of the few things that ISTJs and INTJs care about the most, is respect. But they also want to do things that feel right to them, understandably. They also have their own little gut instincts that they go with. Not as much, obviously, but they do have their morals and values, and they don't normally have a problem expressing to you what's right and what's wrong. with that. But they once in the third position, I call it the advantage position. So they only want to use it when it's to their advantage to express it. Then in the fourth position, they don't have their personal, like when it comes to morals, values, expressions of feelings, etc. They don't do that. They're like, no, that's not for me. Now, however, in ESTJ, for example, might pick up some social morals and values. So it's not really what they care about, but it's what the society cares about. It's what tradition tells them they should be caring about. So they end up picking those up and trying to adhere to it. But on a personal level, they don't really care. Everything's just a math equation to them. Objectives, benefits, and success versus not. And then, of course, for the ENTJ, well, they're not held down by those kinds of societal problems. So, they're not held down by societal traditions about morals, values, what's right, what's wrong. They just don't care. The only thing they care about is their own personal success, and they don't have. They'll get it however they have to. There's no such thing for them as morals, values, and ethics. Like they don't really care about those things. So that's how it would look in those different positions. I hope that helped. Why do INFPs cry often? What are they crying about? Things in their life making them sad, or things in the world making them sad? Well, you don't always have to be sad to cry. I think we discussed that not too long ago. INFPs can cry for all sorts of reasons. They can cry out of joy. They can cry out of sadness. I find that most of the time INFPs are sad because they are constantly remembering negative things in their life. When they're alone, typically. When they're left alone, which is oftentimes where they're at, is left alone, they tend to relive experiences and then, go back through their memories and maybe try to imagine a scenario in which things were different, those kinds of things. But oftentimes it seems to make them sad, more, just generally speaking. So they may cry over that. What are they crying? Yeah, we got that one. You have a question, Ben? While I get a water.
A question. Well, how would you say a person with FE would get easily irritated? Like, what is the quickest way to get them irritated?
Of extroverted feeling? Oh, acting like a jackass in a public space. Like, really showing them that you're not able to read a room. And you're just saying very awkward things to people that make them feel uncomfortable. That will absolutely irritate an extroverted feeler. Go get a bottle of water.
Perfect. Yeah, that is great. Yeah, I think in fear side, for me at least, for example, when I was younger, I remember my mom had a schedule, and it was like down to the time that I was going to wake up, the time that I was going to school, the time that I had, to shower, the time that I had to play games, and the exact time I went to bed. So everything for me was every single day was perfectly scheduled, and I used to follow it, but not as much or as often as I was when I was younger. So by the time that I was I don't know, I'm gonna say 12, 13, 14, I was no longer the schedule follower, and it became hard to really care about those things.
There you go. Cockpit. Let's see. Inferior introverted sensing is nice for forgetting or not caring about past experiences or feelings. It helps, except for when you're, you get older and then you're just laying in bed remembering cringy or embarrassing moments of your life and then try to keep you up. That'll happen. Let's see, where am I headed? Procyon 3. Okay. was a fairly okay chicken salad. The chicken tastes like barbecue.
That's good. So, Headache asks, how does FI look different in different positions? And you did say that somebody with an FI, they use it only, you know, when they feel that it's an advantage for them. But, for example, the people that I've seen that use FI that have in the third position, because now I have identified 2 people that I personally know, they've always to me seemed like a little bit of a on the crybaby side. You know, it's all about their feelings, how they feel, what they think is right, what they think is wrong.
Well, there's only 2 types that have it in the third position.
Yeah, I'm talking about the, well, honestly, like, even an INTJ, that, you know, we believe is an INTJ, he also has expressed a little bit of a, you know, if he sees something that he doesn't believe is right, or someone didn't talk right to that person,
Yes,
he'll be like, oh, you know, that's
seemed
not
like
right.
a good idea.
So
I saw it earlier.
I
and thought
would
you might
say
like
that
it.
they express it
Or
more
find it
often than
useful.
what I would express it.
I
And it's not just
find them to be honorable. In most situations, they have a sense of honor and respect, and they try to portray that as who they are on a more moral side of things.
Of course. We are partners, are we not?
Makes
I will
sense.
keep an eye out
I
in
think
the
this woman's
future.
trying to hit on me.
And if I see something, I might hold on to it for you.
Even ISTJs are crybabies. Like, I don't know of any INTJs or ISTJs that are necessarily crybabies. Now, they can absolutely have their moments of being upset. 100, yeah, totally. Like, I've seen the breakdowns. I completely have seen that. But are they going around being that way? No, they're doing their best to keep their stuff together.
You will be lost without.
I also think everybody's a crybaby. Russia don't think it's just a thing. Like for what I can consider crybaby, most people would not probably consider it a crybaby. By the way,
Crying is like rain that nourishes the soul, and it allows all kinds of beauty to grow within, like flowers and plants and trees.
oh, she's so sweet.
I
like, for
have no
example,
response to that.
Cookie Dough and Cowie, right? They both say, you know, oh, we have feelings, we do this and that, but they are not overly obnoxious about that. They're just cute. So I'm not saying when I say crybabies, I don't mean that they're crying. I just mean that they act kind of like, you know, like stomp their feet kind of way, like, you know, a child that's like stomping
petulant.
their feet because they can't get their way. Yes, petulant. Yes, that's the word. That's how I have identified that they are.
Oh.
And to me, that's just kind of like, oh, okay, sure.
Ven, why do ENTPs get the reputation for being obnoxious and annoying? Wouldn't extroverted intuition and extroverted feeling both help with not being that? LOL. Is it a bunch of ESFPs pretending to be ENTPs creating the stereotype?
Oh gosh, I cannot. I don't understand why SE users truly believe that they have an E. They're just very they're very stimulated, right? So they're very upbeat and just talk a lot. And I believe that because they think that they can speak very fast and think very fast in their opinion, because they're speaking fast, so obviously they have to think, and that they can be wacky and just, you know, enjoy different things. They don't understand that them enjoying those things and like wanting to do different things in reality is not extroverted intuition. It's extroverted sensing. So they truly believe that you know, that's extroverted intuition, which is confusing because then people see that and they're like, oh yeah, that's definitely an ENTP, and you're like, no, it's not.
And yes, I don't know of them getting the reputation for being obnoxious and annoying, but yes, as Ven said, just like it was with the INFJ stuff, there were a lot of INFPs that would take an online test and they would get INFJ out of it because, of course, And then they would tell other people they were INFJs, and now you've got a lot of INFPs portraying INFP traits to other people while claiming that they're INFJ traits. And now you've got a whole community that believes that to be an INFJ, you need to act like an INFP to be one. So that's an issue. And then when you've got, I think that's like 2 ESFPs more recently, or 3 ESFP. Well, I don't know how many of them wanted to be ENTPs. I just think that there was 2.
They were.
Oh yeah, so all 3 of them believed that they were ENTPs for various reasons. Either they took a test, or there were a bunch of people that told them they were ENTPs, and they're not. In many, like, not at all. And so now you've got ESFPs running around telling people they're ENTP. So now people that don't do their research on MBTI, they don't go out there and experiment with it, they don't have an actual understanding of MBTI. Now they're telling people that, okay, well, this is what an ENTP acts like. Now you have a problem, because if we were to say that acting like an ESFP makes you an ENTP, well, now you've got, what's the population percentage of ESFPs, like 8%? Okay, well, now you combine that with the ENTP's percentage, and now you're looking at, I guess, apparently, the population of, let's say, the United States is supposed to be, 13% ENTP. And of course that's not right. Your country would be on fire if that were the case. So I'm very stringent with the criterion. Let's see. How well would you say a certain type would get along with another type that has the opposite middle letters, like ISFJ and INTJ? I think that there are certain personality types that are just generally better at getting along with a variety of people. Those are going to be typically those that have an extroverted feeling preference. They are just considered to be pleasant company by most, because they're doing their best to adapt to whatever the situation calls for to keep it stable and neutral. So, let's see. Varsha loves being a crybaby, a crybaby, and she cried during Shrek. I didn't cry during Shrek, I don't think. What was there to cry about? Yeah, I don't. What was there to cry about in Shrek? Now, granted, I don't remember it all that well, but I don't know.
Yeah, me either, but I'm curious now.
Was it like maybe the happy ending is what made you cry at the end? Cryberry.
Well, maybe that, Shrek accepted, or Fiona accepted herself as a little ogre. I don't know.
Maybe. Do ENTP, INTP, and ESTP use introverted thinking in a similar fashion? How is ISTP TI different? Ven has mentioned this before. I don't... how is it going to... No, I mean, the logic is still there. They want to follow through. It's just the types of subjects they're getting into are going to be a little bit different. ISTPs and ESTPs would prefer to talk about more grounded subjects. Things that are in reality, things that are measurable, things that you can absolutely see, tangible, etc., etc. Now, they can talk about other things, but they may not be as interested in a great many other abstract topics. However, as I mentioned earlier, like some ISTPs, as they start to get a little bit older, they start wondering about things like philosophy and whether or not it applies to them. Which great philosophers can I try to emulate my life around to better myself, to become a better person, kind of a thing. But outside of that, ISTPs don't typically want to get into a whole lot of abstract topics very often.
What I have said about ISTPs is that they sometimes, how did I explain it the other day, was that basically they kind of have an idea, right, of what they believe in, and then they think about it for a long time because they believe, this has to be the right way to do it, but they don't see like the other perspectives. So then sometimes I find their logic to be flawed, because it's like they're stuck in just this one thing, and it's hard to get them away from what they believe.
What else was with that? But no, the introverted thinking isn't going to be different. It's just going to be used for more often than not different topics. So you want to talk about me, talk with me about how magic works in Harry Potter? Not a problem, because that is weird stuff. Or we've been watching the Halloween movies recently. Where does Michael Myers get his magic powers from? Like, where does it come from? What are all of his powers? Those are subjects that I would freely engage in, not an issue for me. Whereas ISTPs and ESTPs might want to talk about ideas revolving around maybe personal growth, being better, being healthier possibly, things like that. Not necessarily caring that much about Michael Myers and his magic powers.
Yes.
Let's see here. And yes, Moon.
Oh no, Bob. Sorry, Bob just asked Moonglows what was the best way to make baked potatoes.
Okay, we're not getting into that.
Yeah, no, please.
not on this stream, no. Let's see. Cookie Dough is going to use Cryberry. Now, thank you for that. That'll be, I'll be forever memorialized as a phrase. It says scanner anomaly, and yet I don't. Not seeing any anomalous things. No, there was something there. It's messing with the scanner. Anyway. It was when the donkey fell in love with the dragon, got the tears flowing. It could have been that. I don't know. Cookie Dough says that Michael Myers gets his powers from her. Ven would probably argue. What's the best way to make a baked potato?
There's a whole movie dedicated about this. It's called The Curse of Michael Myers, Halloween 6, guys.
How many Halloweens are there? You said like 11 or something?
There's 11, yeah.
Goodness.
And then there's the thing, which is, the first time that the shape appears, which is Michael Myers. But that's not counted in the 11 because it's not part of the Halloween franchise. It's just a separate movie about him, yeah.
Got it.
So we're missing one movie, which is The Curse of Michael Myers. And that's where, they kind of explain, how he got his powers and why, and how he uses them. Now, most people don't like that movie, but that's where they kind of,
Today's episode of Cooking in Straight Urchin's live chat. That's right. Oh, goodness. There's monsters out there. Hunting shield shell. That sounds awful. That's okay. I've got a blaster rifle here. It'll be fine. Ice deposit. Weird. It's mine now. Let's see. Is there a personality type that have everything in the middle? Like, are they able to adapt to both? I don't know what you mean by have everything in the middle. Like they're able to adapt to both. But no, there is no personality type that has everything in the middle. We're all different, and wildly different at that, on a very high resolution scale. But when it comes to low resolution stuff, we fall into patterns. You do too much of one thing, that means you're ignoring something else. I don't know, but judging from the reactions, it's probably inappropriate. Halloween turned around. Niwola means no, I swear to God, in Dutch and Arabic. Oh, I didn't know that either. It's commonly believed in MBTI community that your type doesn't change, but how would you explain the reasons? What if you can actually change it? Well, then you'd have to change your brain and the way your neurons are wired. We still don't understand necessarily where intelligence comes from. or higher degrees of intelligence or lower degrees of intelligence. We're not 100% sure on where that comes from. We just know that it is genetic, generally speaking. Like 80% of your intelligence is genetic. So where does any of it come from? Now, when it comes to personality, you can absolutely change your type. You can get kicked in the head or, really, really hard, something that causes brain damage overall. You can take a lot of drugs that can cause brain damage. That'll change your personality type for sure. But you would have to screw with your brain, your wiring, to change who you are. To change, more specifically, to change your preferences for which cognitive functions. But yes, you can change, it just requires brain damage. What types strive to be popular? Do they have to have extroverted feeling in the top 2 or 3 preferences? Some, like let's say ESFPs, get these grandiose ideas that they are going to be like America's next top model or singer or artist of some kind, what have you. And so those, they strive to be essentially popular so they can, of course, be loved by millions and to make a lot of money also. Some people just enjoy the fame. But ENFJs typically make it their personal mission to be loved by as many people as possible. Your successful, stereotypically successful ENFJ story is Oprah Winfrey, as an example. She made it up there. Good for her. But I would say that ENFJs, if you had to choose one, those really do strive to be popular. They want to be liked by a lot of people.
But to answer your question, no, I don't think it has to be FA because I was very popular in school without trying, and I think it was because of NE. I just was bored from one group, I would jump to the next one, and then the next one, and the next one.
Ven just enjoyed the perspectives of other people and to be a part of the lives of other people when she was young, before she was jaded by the world.
I'm sorry that I'm jaded.
When did you find out you was an ENTP? The very same day that I took a test, which was sometime 10 years ago. "10 years ago, I took a test on some website somewhere. Don't remember what website it was. Read the description from the website, and I thought, well, this is way too coincidental. I need to do more learning, more research." Sleepy says everyone just liked him. Good for you, Sleepy. Most human beings have to work at it. Or is Sleepy just too attractive? Is that what it was? And that's why people just clamored around him?
I don't know. I think it was probably the same thing as me, just jumping from group to group.
Oh. I'm getting more distortion vibes this way, it looks like. That way, specifically. Oh, what's this? It's radioactive. Maybe. Can't scan it, whatever it is. No, it was water. Okay, we are very close to the distortion now. least I think I am. Okay. I apparently found it. Let's see. So, extroverted intuition in different positions. So, in the first and second position, they seem to act more or less the same when it's applied. The difference being that in the case of, let's say, the ENTP, that's a lead position, or ENFP, either one. Lead position means that it's not something, once again, they can't turn it off, so it starts affecting their real life stuff. Usually it's seen as, it's often seen as laziness, inability to, lack of a desire to handle anything in the real world, taking care of responsibilities, things like that. In the second position, so in the case of INFPs and INTPs, it's normally seen as a desire to want to talk about those things actively. Now, of course, they can turn it off when necessary so they can actually do stuff in life, get things done, manage their responsibilities, stuff like that. In the third position, which is your ESFJs and ESTJs, they actually do have a preference for getting to know other people, from viewing their perspectives. However, in the case of the ESFJ, they want to know more about you and your perspective so they can better control you in a social environment. Whereas an ESTJ wants to get to know you so that they can find out what use you're going to have for them, or part of whatever the social, whatever traditional societal jobs they might want to put you in, or roles to have you fill, those kinds of things. And then in the last position, which is ISFJs and ISTJs, they often, especially when it comes to ISFJs, they think it's fanciful to, it's more frivolous to be thinking about wild abstract topics all the time. Like, you need to do other things, you need to fulfill your role in society, and that extroverted intuition, they often seemingly view it as childish. So yeah, that. And they're not going to be as interested, or, well, at all. And of course, ISFJs will be more polite about their disinterest, whereas ISTJs might be a little more blunt about them not caring about those things. So, there's that. Let's see. Well, what I don't understand is how people just talk to each other at work for the first time and they immediately / soon start to exchange numbers and hang out. I've only done this with very few individuals. It just perplexes me how they do it so fast. Humans naturally are social creatures. Now, some people aren't as social or don't wish to be as social. But for the most part, humans are social animals. Especially, when it comes to introverted, like ESFJs, for example, they don't have much of an issue exchanging numbers and getting to know one another, because they're genuinely interested in getting to know you because they want something from you. They want you to become a part of the community or the social circle so that, they have more people there to, control or to possibly have as a resource, etc. So that does happen. Okay, whatever this thing is, I'm having a dickens of a time trying to get to it. Oh, hey, look at that. Temple Eta. Eta? ETA? Me, of course, I have known and met a number of ESFJs, and I'm not always comfortable with them wanting to include me in their plans. But they usually do that. The one that I had met back in Austin, she immediately wanted me to, give Facebook information, maybe a phone number, and then wanted to invite me to barbecues that their family has. And I assumed it had something to do with her wanting me to meet one of her 3 daughters at the barbecue. And she made sure to let me know that they were all single. And I was like, oh, that's sad, unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. I wasn't sure what else to say. Sucks. This is pretty. What do you think, Ben?
I think it's pretty. You do know that it takes me like 30 seconds to see what you see, right?
Does it? Is it that bad? I was told it was like 10 seconds, the lag time.
No, it takes
Is that
a while.
not accurate?
Are you talking about the ring?
Yes.
The metal ring right now?
Yes, the
okay,
rings.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
I don't remember which way I came from. Oh. Can ISTPs be self-centered due to their introverted intuition and inferior extroverted feeling? I think that happens more often when they're talking about their logic in it being the most sound. That's where you might see that, but no, they're not typically very they're not particularly self-centered. I've never known them to be that. They're usually still wanting to experience new things and talk with people from time to time, and then try to, you know, unload their logic onto them. But in terms of being self-centered, no, I don't think so. That has not been my experience with ISTPs. Self-centeredness starts coming around when you've got introverted intuition in the first and second position. And that doesn't mean selfish, just self-centered, meaning that, you know, everything that goes on in life needs to involve them, or it needs to be about them. Can I, like, get inside this circle? I did. Great. What is the point of this? So I assume this is what it's supposed to be making. Back at the base. It's so pretty. Last words. Yeah, I know, right? Don't know. So I just need to scan it. Get out of here. Do I need to travel
Yes.
up? Nope, we've hit ceiling.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't suppose I'm supposed to hit it with anything. Oh, what's that? Ah! Oh, they went up there. Oh, it disappeared too fast. Come back. Let's see, how do you turn off MBTI obsession? Does it ever stop? I think the obsession eventually goes away, but it's not something that I can turn off every time I am talking to someone. I'm paying attention to their words or the types of topics they want to speak to me about, and then I start determining personality type, and it's a very normal everyday thing that I cannot stop. Eventually, people stopped being people anymore, and they were just a jumble of letters for me to decipher. Let's see. What types want... Oh, good night, Cookie Dough.
Night, night.
What types want to vent or talk about their feelings and are uninterested to talk about the other person? There's a few types that are more prone to that behavior. ESFPs are a big one. ISTJs as well. INTJs. They also want to do that. ESTJs and like to tell us about stories all the time, like of their life over the past, 100 years or however old they are. ESFJs like to talk about rumors and that that they've heard about, and they mostly want to talk about other people or what they think about other people. But I would say that the types that genuinely want to hear about other people and their experiences because they find themselves to be too boring, you're looking for extroverted intuition. Possibly, some extroverted sensors like ESTPs, for example, generally they don't mind listening to you, especially if you're talking about things that they're interested in or things that they might do. Then sure, they want to hear about it from you. Wouldn't mind.
Okay, so I was not so out there when I said that ISTJs and INTJs sounded like crybabies to me. See, we went full circle here, okay? I may not have known how to express it, but there you go.
I think it opened up a portal. Does that look like a portal to you?
You gotta give me a second. I see you like crawling up some metal bars right now.
Okay. Oh my goodness, it's past the 4-hour mark. Well, I'm going in. So, let's see what happens.
Okay, so I see metal rings again. That's where we're at. Okay, I see the portal.
It looked like a portal, so I decided to step through it.
Yep.
It took me to another planet, so great. Level 17! To equip your new power. I've got powers now! Select the area at the top to access your powers. Anti-gravity field. Generate a localized field of intense low gravity and behold a planet's true power. Okay. How do I use it?
Good question.
Press Z to use your power. I mean, it said it was low gravity. Yet there's rocks flying around, but I can't float through it, and it didn't last for very long either. Anyway, time to slave for Bezos and his new yacht. Goodbye. Bye, destabilized orbit. And that is, I think that will be it for today's stream. It has been just over 4 hours. I thank everyone for coming around. I always enjoy answering questions about MBTI. I think it's one of the better ways to use my knowledge on the subject. What else, Ven? Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the channel, of course. Join the Discord. There you can bug me all day about MBTI related questions, or I guess any questions really. Just remember to @ me, otherwise I'm not going to see it. that happens a lot.
Make sure you add him in the typology chat. Also, guys, click that notification bell so you never miss a live stream, a virtual, or a video.
Thank you, Ben. And I think that'll be it. As always, a fun stream, as PenCap says. And we'll see you next stream. More videos coming out. We've got some new art on the way. And yeah, good times a coming for the YouTube, for the Street Urchin channel. Bye, everybody. Say bye, Evan. Bye.